Muy buenas, gente, ¿cómo estáis? Oli Chever, Oli Rionu, ¿qué tal? Oli, muy gente, ¿cómo estáis? ¿Cómo estáis? Yo bien, un momento. Ah, vale. Que me ponen aquí cosas raras. Bueno, vale, pues voy a ir abriendo al Genshin. Que creo que lo tengo todo bien hecho. Sorprendentemente. Vale. Ay, se me olvida cambiar eso. Estoy... Bueno, ¿por qué pasó algo? El lunes tengo 2 exámenes importantes y apenas he estudiado. ¿Cómo que no has estudiado? ¿Pero por qué no? A ver, aún te queda mañana para estudiar. Pero, ¿por qué no? ¿Tuviste que hacer algo hoy? Pero mucho ánimo igualmente. Si no, lo que puedes hacer, que sé que pues no es lo ideal nunca, ¿no? Y siempre sabe mal. Pero lo que puedes hacer es centrarte en uno de ellos, sacarlo, el que tú veas que te va a salir mejor. Y pues eso, estudiar a muerte uno y el otro pues dejarle ya le sacarás a la siguiente. Que tampoco pasa nada. Vale, vamos a quitar esto aquí. Sí, ya está infravalorado. Estudiar también es importante. Vale. Ya hice la misión esta que cortaba el paso el otro día, que era una gilipollez, pero enorme, o sea. Literalmente era ir a la ubicación que decían y eran 2 líneas de diálogo. Y ya está, o sea. Y ni siquiera me dieron nada por la misión. O sea, no sé ni para qué estaba. Pero bueno, vale, venga, lo que tú me digas. Como esto fuesen 2 líneas, voy a llorar fuerte. O sea, no fastidies. Pero bueno. O sea... Vale. Pero ¿cómo llego yo ahí? No me puedes decir ahora, después de haberme estado guiando todo el rato, a decirme, no, vete hacia arriba y no ponerme la flechita sobre cómo llegar, ¿vale? Eso está feo, ¿eh? Vale, bueno. Hay ascensores. Sí, pero yo no sé cuáles son los que te llevan hacia arriba. Igualmente este no es el equipo que quiero usar. Porque quiero llevar a Furina. Que me hace hilo, pero nunca juego con ella. Bueno, sí juego en las diarias, ¿no? Pero ahora como no hay que combatir mucho y la uso más de healer que otra... Es que el hecho de que te quite vida a todos en el equipo, a mí no me gusta mucho, la verdad. ¿Qué pasa aquí, en la esquina? Ah, bueno, será ahí. Pues ya veré cómo... Es más arriba aún. Oh, bueno, buscamos otro ascensor, a ver. ¡Oliren! ¿Cómo estás? Me gusta... Ya sé que no gusta, pero pues toca hacerlo. Puedes subir aquí más, Igual estoy liándonos por aquí, no sé. Espérate. Ahora... Espérate. Es que igual no se puede por aquí. Porque no tiene pinta de que haya forma de subir. Espérate un momento. Pero es que yo los teletransportes no puedo mirar en qué planta están, ¿no? Tipo... Porque tú estás aquí. ¿Tú estás? Vale, tú igual me puedes servir. Vamos a probar con esto. Vale. No es serio, esta mañana me puse con el más importante de los dos, recuperación de filosofía, pero lo dejé en medias porque me costaba seguir. Comprendo. A ver, si te estaba costando es mejor que no te esfuerces, la verdad. Así que comprendo. Igual mañana te es más fácil. Mucho ánimo con ello. No desistas, yo creo que tú puedes. Bien, Naisu, me alegro. Yo bien también, he estado toda la tarde dibujando de chill, así que Gucci. Me alegro que estés bien. La misión es un rollo. Ya me imaginaba, o sea, la dejamos ayer porque me imaginaba... Bueno, no me imaginaba, pero me daba miedo que te la marcase así como una tontería de... Venga, ahora hablas con 4 personas y ya terminas. Y luego fuesen textos de media hora cada uno, ¿sabes? Y ya nos habíamos desfasado como por 40 minutos de la hora del stream. Y no quería seguir retrasándolo más. Así que prefería terminarlo ya hoy. Gracias, no es nada. Así que eso. Si me dices que es un rollo, honestamente prefiero... Me alegro de haberlo dejado para hoy, la verdad. Tenía toda la pinta. Típico de Genshin, también te digo. Hacer estas mierdas. Es como, vamos a hacer una última cosa. Porque creo que esas fueron literalmente las palabras de Paimon. Vamos a hacer una última cosa. Y te lleva como 1 hora y media. La última cosa. Esta misión ha sido larguísima, o sea... Porque entramos en... Eran 2 misiones, las de la 4.1. La primera nos lleva unas 2 horas, 2 horas y media más o menos, creo. Y luego la otra nos llevó como media hora, luego otro directo de 2 horas y media y otro de otras 2 horas y media, creo, más lo que lleve hoy, creo, por ahí. Una salvajada, o sea, ¿por qué es tan larga? ¿Rollo de camarón? ¿De salmón? Rollo de papel higiénico, ¿te imaginas? Hoy ha sido un día difícil. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué pasó, Panzolini? Me siento muy percatada. ¿Pero por qué? ¿Qué ocurrió? ¿Estás bien? Oh, ven, ya pasó, Apacho. Ven aquí. Y tiene más animación. Eso espero. Es que este es literalmente puro texto. Es puro texto de ve a punto, de punto 1 a punto 2 y luego vuelve de punto 2 a punto 3, luego de punto 3 a punto 1. Es como... Ya valió. Y encima están todos en distintos pisos, en un sitio donde hay como 8 pisos distintos, que me quiero morir, que no encuentro los ascensores. Estás asumiendo que tengo un buen sentido de la ubicación, de verdad. No sé por qué confíes en mí de esta manera. Este juego me tiene mucha fe, de verdad. No comprendo yo. Eso ha sido rápido. Más o menos. Me contaron que un hombre se desvivió en la casa donde vivo y me dijeron que había líquido rojo en metal. Y fui a comprobarlo. No, pero ¿por qué vas a comprobarlo? No, pero no hagas eso. Ah, la madre que te parió. Ah, puta madre. Uy, vale. Tío. Bueno. Como que finalmente se me le no había manchas en la ventilación. Pero pues no tenías que haber ido a mirar, no sé. Tipo... No sé, específicamente encima si te lo dijeron porque te podían haber dicho, pues se desvivió en el baño y tal. Y tú dices, bueno, vale, y luego vas al baño a hacer cualquier cosa y miras por accidente y dices, coño, no lo limpiaron bien, puta madre, porque he tenido que ver eso. Pues bueno. Pero no sé, tío.
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details.
Que hay
We're
más.
just
Ay, la
relieved to
puta
see
que te parió.
he was super worried about you, you know.
Ay, mi madre.
Hey, it wasn't just me. Weren't you super worried as well?
Something like that, yeah. I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Are those two all right? Do you think they made it out alive? Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks in hand, enjoying the lovely scenery.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals.
Joder, todo en un día, ¿no?
I mean, considering
Hostia
how they
puta.
always love listening to all my gossip.
Pues mucho ánimo con eso. A ver, yo qué sé, si se lo han detectado pronto, pues puede ser bueno, ¿sabes? Pero no lo sé, tío. Yo quedo con la menstruación y perdón por ayer, me hizo gracia eso. ¿Quién dijo eso? ¿A qué vino a cuento eso? Porque... sí que me quiere sonar que lo dijimos en algún momento, pero no sé cuándo
Oh,
fue.
well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
No recuerdo de qué fue. Hola, Jai, ¿cómo estás? No sabía mucho de ella hasta que hoy me dio por responderle y me contó que lleva 7 días internada. Hostia puta. Muertísima. ¿Por qué? ¿Un día duro? Buah, lleva un día la gente hoy, la puta madre. No sé qué es Suzuka. Me acabas de perder ahí. Cambió la música de repente. Cojones. ¿No era aquí? Pues no, parecía que sí era aquí, no sé. ¡Hola, Otoso! ¿Cómo estás? Tiene unas 4 horas de resistencia y he acabado hecho polvo. Era full noche. Era full noche la carrera. ¿Pero qué es Suzuka? Es que no sé qué es. Pero lo que me jode es que no me siento triste, me siento raro, como si tuviese el cerebro apagado, pero no me siento cansado. A ver, sí, es más normal, yo creo, esa reacción a estar triste así de primeras, más el shock de que te cuenten eso así de repente, no sé. Me parece normal. Ah, vale. Oh, pues qué chulo. Todo bien, nice, me alegro. Yo bien también. La verdad ya digo, estuve toda la tarde dibujando, así que muy de chill. Estuve trabajando en una comisión que me pidieron. Una comi navideña.
It was all thanks to him that we managed to suppress the crisis for the time being. Of course, we must also thank you for the help you provided.
Es verdad, la de la Fanta esta, la Fonta, sí.
Well, Miss Sure Nervulet has strong resonance with the hydro element.
Pues
When the
no la
water
verdad.
level rises,
No sé si
he
tiene
can
Twitch
feel the
problema
waves
con
produced.
esa
I ran
palabra,
into
la
bombshell
verdad.
bros
No
while
debería
bandaging the
de.
injuries of the wounded.
Pero bueno, sí,
They were
está bien, por si
mumbling the
acaso.
whole time about how you
Te
just
lo agradezco
ran down
igualmente.
without a word. I'm so
Que Twitch es
relieved
muy
to see
especial
that
con
you're both
demasiadas
alright.
cosas, honestamente.
If you're not too pressed for
La
time,
tontería en la clase más lenta
please stay
parecía
with us a few
un
more
cono de
days.
tráfico.
Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular
Bueno,
dish, so I can
pero lo
harness the
pasaste
walls
bien.
and get your meals prepared.
A ver qué está
Oh,
haciendo.
and please feel free to visit
Ay,
the
me
infirmary
encanta
for
ese
a
mote
break
de
at
mami,
any
super cute.
time. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well. Your happy smiles are quite contagious, you know. They're so memorable, and I've missed them immensely while you
¿Para
were
cuándo van a
gone.
sacar a Sígueme jugable? ¿Y cómo entro yo ahí? Porque creí que era dentro de la oficina, pero pues es mentira. Es que es aquí. Es en la oficina. No me puedes decir que no es en la oficina. Pero luego entras en la oficina y te dicen, no es aquí, es fuera de la oficina. ¿Te imaginas que ahora sí es dentro de la oficina? Simplemente tenías que hablar con Sígueme primero. La madre que me parió.
Courier, Miss Sishwin told me you still haven't eaten.
Sí, ¿verdad?
I
Es
was
que mami es
working
muy
on
cute en
something, so
general.
I forgot.
That's no
Muy
excuse
divertido,
for...
tenía piques interesantes.
¿Ah?
Con unas alitas de pollo mientras
What's you
combatía a mi
do?
compañero. Pues nice. Suena guay. Me
Hello
gusta.
there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you been?
And you?
Es
Are
que
you
qué
still
hijos de
taking the
puta, tío.
secret passageway from the infirmary to work
Que
on
igual
the
soy
ship?
tonta y no lo he visto
Yeah.
yo bien antes si se
That
podía
is still
bajar.
top secret, though.
Pero no me lo
So don't say a
pareció.
word to anyone.
No lo
It
sé,
can
tío.
be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking
Sí,
that route
de
over the
hecho,
one
mi
from
emote
the
de
Duke's
Mimis lo
office.
hice porque
I mean,
me
the
regalaron
infirmary does
Subamami
make it easier for you to slack
y,
off.
y se me iba a acabar
Oh,
y
yeah?
estaba yo
And
toda
why are you
ofuscada
also
como, ay
here
Dios
so
mío, voy a
much?
perder el acceso al Mimis
Don't
porque lo
worry,
estaba
you're just
usando
using your jobs as a
constantemente.
cover for your
Porque me gustaba un
relationship,
montón
aren't you?
el Mimis.
Not
Pero
at
como,
all.
Dios mío, no voy a poder usar más el Mimis, me cago en la puta. Así todo el rato y dije, tengo que hacerme un Mimis antes de que se me acabe la sub. Y por eso hice el Mimis. Y luego no me gustaba mi Mimis porque me quedó con los brazos demasiado levantados y no se parecía al de mami. Y también tuve drama con eso. Pero bueno. Luego le cogí cariño, así que no pasa nada. Pero sí, ese es el lore del Mimis.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see 2 inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
A ver, yo qué sé, para mí
fine
eso es
for the
muy
most
rápido,
part.
¿sabes? Yo qué sé.
Neuvillette came down and
Que
took
sé que
care of the
tú
worst of it.
eres competidora de esta mierda y para ti eso será lento, ¿no? Pero yo qué sé, para el resto de mortales, ¿sabes?
Oh, yeah,
Pasar
what a
de
brilliant
100 ya
plan.
rápido.
Let's
Yo
go
qué sé.
convince the Udex himself to exchange the courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere.
A mí me sonaba que era una sub de Dondeína. No, fue donde mami. ¿Sub Dondeína? No sé
He
si he
came
tenido
here in a
alguna
hurry
vez.
and
Lo
left
puedo
without
mirar,
even stopping for a cup of tea.
pero...
He did remember to take
Pero
Miss
sé que lo del
Sigewin's
Mimis fue
gift
por
with
la de
him, though.
mami.
He sure sounds super busy.
Es muy adorable el Ryukai
Miss
Mimi.
Cloran has left as well.
Ya, pero no sé,
She
al
also
principio no
took
me
her gift from
gustaba.
Miss Sigewin.
Lo cual
Were
es
the
irónico
gifts
porque es el
milkshakes?
único emote que al principio no me ha gustado y ahora sí me
Neuvillette
gusta.
got the milkshake.
Porque el resto al
Cloran
principio me
received
gustaban y
lipstick
ahora no me
instead.
gustan. Es el único que va al revés.
Remotely alike.
Well,
Hola,
it's
Isaya,
Neuvillette's
¿cómo
own fault
estás?
for making Sigewin worried about his health
Modo
by working so much.
digievolucionado, ¿por qué?
But besides that, our head nurse is still
¿Por
pretty
qué? ¿Por qué?
fond
¿Qué
of
pasó?
picking out beauty products for the
No
ladies.
estoy acostumbrada a ir de noche,
Oh,
sobre
and
todo
I have
cuando
some
se
gifts
me
here
han
for
roto
you
las
as well.
cosas.
Lícate,
Las
Clau.
Are
cosas que se
these
me
from
acaban.
Sigewin
Dice.
too?
¿Cómo que sin luces?
¿Cómo
¿Por
está
qué?
la
¿Qué pasó?
jajalotita
They're from
más
yours.
¡Ay, Oli,
graciosa de
papi!
todo
¿Cómo
Twitter?
You've already
estás?
wrapped up your work at the
El
fortress,
Genshin bien,
so you can
casi.
return to the
Pues
surface at
prácticamente
any time.
acabamos de empezar a jugar, creo.
You haven't
No
yet
me estoy
served
enterando
your
de
full
mucho,
prison
estoy
term,
básicamente
however,
hablando
so
como
you
siempre,
may
la
continue
verdad.
to use your cell until your term
O
is
sea,
up.
básicamente presta atención al
real?
Genshin cuando
Then we
estamos
could stay
en
here
los
for a
momentos de
really long
tensión al
time?
final del stream. Nada más. O sea, ya está.
You may access the cafeteria for free.
Así, pues, oh, qué cookie.
Just remember to come complete your
Súper bien. Nice,
paperwork
me
once it's
alegro.
time for your release.
Me encanta porque el día de hoy ha sido como súper extremo. O la gente lo ha pasado muy bien o muy mal. No hay un punto medio. No hay gente que haya
Lícate,
tenido un día
clown.
me.
Dice. Acá jugando con mi bisnieto, mi nieto y mi esposa.
Tu bisnieto. ¿Quién es tu bisnieto? ¿Quién es tu bisnieto? Tu bisnieto. ¿Quién es tu bisnieto? Ah, bueno, igual puede ser de alguna de mis hermanas. Podría ser. Es que asumo muy fuerte que es un nieto mío, no sé por qué, pero no sé, que soy tonta, ya me conoces, papi, perdón.
Lícate, clown. Dice. Wirwick.
Ah, vale, vale. Ah, bueno, vale, vale. Sí, ya lo sé. Joder. Es que me sabe todo mal, tío. Ahorita cositas que me he enterado. Pero me tienes... También me ibas a contar algo ayer, Saya, y no me lo llegaste a contar, ¿eh? Estoy muy enfadada con eso. Me han dejado de indicar por dónde ir. Tengo que contar. Y lo de ayer también. Que nada, no te preocupes, no estoy enfadada. Si me acabo de acordar ahora, cuando has dicho que me tienes que contar. Se me había olvidado también, que soy medio bobilla también. No, no me digas eso. ¿Cuál? Bueno, de juegos de lucha no sé mucho, ¿no? Pero igualmente, pues a ver.
But the truth is, we never did anything bad to
Pues
begin
esto
with,
los
so
de
I'm
TV.
not sure why
Vale,
we
vale.
put so much pressure on ourselves.
A ver, si lo prefieres me puedes decir ahora. Tipo, y te leo después, ¿sabes? Como te sea más cómodo, por si se te olvida luego o cualquier cosa. Como tú prefieras, vaya.
Hey, that's not true. All right. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an
Bien,
amazing
Pat
duo
Pat.
after all. It's like we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends.
Luego del stream me voy a echar cuentas de cuánto ha durado esta misión. Porque es que ha sido larguísima por ningún motivo. Tengo eso con la cabeza porque me está abriendo mucho y a la vez no saber si era... ¡Pero eso es malo! Eso es muy malo. Me debería de dar risa por poder ser un puro irónico que es comedy. Me das un poco de miedo, pero bueno, vale. No lo conozco. Me lo imaginaba que no iba a conocerlo, pero me lo confirmé pensando que era un juego de Fate. Ah. Bueno, a ver, no suena a juego de Fate, quiero decir. No tiene la palabra Fate, pero... Te diré hoy. Me estás poniendo los dientes largos. Esto no se puede, ¿eh? Me voy a morir.
Alright then. Good night to you, traveler.
Si peleas tipo anime. Comprendo. Igual el estilo sí se parece a Fate. Igual incluso es de la misma gente o algo, por eso te recuerdo. Podría ser. ¿Y esto? Lore momento, gente. ¡Ole! Por fin, la puta madre. Ha sido larguísimo, o sea, media hora. Bueno, a ver, 10 minutos de pantalla de inicio, supongo. 20 minutos extra habría durado. Habríamos acabado sobre, pues, las 2:30 también. Si es que da igual. No rentaba quedarse. No sé qué hora me han dicho, así que voy a avanzar un día entero y ya está. ¡Holicots! ¿Cómo estás? No crees nada que te digan. No me han dicho nada. Me ha dicho papi que estaba jugando contigo, pero no me ha dicho nada malo. Así que supongo que pues
Lícate,
no
Clown.
creeré que estaba jugando contigo.
Dice. Princesa Kat
vale.
se está muriendo de calor a casi desmayarse porque no quiere prender el ventilador. Y me dijo viejo malo.
¿Ah? Pero bueno. ¿Y esta falta de respeto a tu abuelo? Es abuelo, ¿verdad? Sí, es abuelo, vale. Que me fallan los árboles familiares, perdón. Ay, mierda. Pues no avanzó lo suficiente. Hasta las 8. Hasta las 8. Cocito, por favor, enciende el ventilador. No me hagas ir y tirarte de la oreja. Hoy he cometido una atrocidad. He comprado un pase... No, ¿de qué juego? Ah, bueno, pero en Mini World estaba guay. Que por cierto debería probar ese juego porque tiene muy buena pinta. Una skin similar al licenciado Nutria. Pero si eso está súper de puta madre. Que no me llega de forma normal. Pues no sé qué tiene de malo, la verdad. Estoy con el ventilador acá hace 30 grados, me estoy muriendo. Sí que tengo entendido que hace un montón de calor. Ah, aquí. Ok. Espero que la misión no continúe aquí, ¿eh? O sea, por favor, quiero salir fuera y hacer cosas fuera.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day. We're supposed to leave the fortress of Mirrorkeep. Come
¿De
on,
Genshin
we
te
gotta go
refieres?
complete the release
Me llevé
procedures
la
now.
regañada de mi vida. Mi papá me había regañado así. ¿Pero por qué? ¿Qué pasó con la cuenta? ¿Qué tenías? Mascarada de los culpables. Me gusta mucho el nombre de mascarada. No sé. Es una tontería, pero suena como muy bien. ¿Alguien los quiere? Creo que la mitad de este chat probablemente quiera esos menos un grado. Al menos la mitad de ellos. Nos lo podríamos repartir, la verdad. Yo no sé cuánto haga aquí, pero por ahí probablemente también. Mientras no me maten como me hicieron el otro día. Hijos de puta. Sí, deben sentir los personajes mal armados. A ver, yo qué sé, suele pasar. No sé.
Please sign here. This
Pero
document will
tan
be
mal
effective
estaban.
immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's
No
been
hice
so
nada
long
porque
since we've
nada
been
me
to the
llegan mis
surface.
cartitas.
Let's hurry up.
Nice. No sé mucha historia del Genshin, lo jugué poquísimo.
What's happening?
Bien, ¿qué haces? No te preocupes, no tienes por qué saberle. Como dirían por ahí, es por mi bien, ¿verdad?
I'm fine, thanks. But
Entonces, ¿qué
I
sabes
wonder what
después?
that tremor was just now.
Oh, gracias. Ya digo, los streams de Genshin, yo no me estoy enterando de nada de la historia. Está para tener la historia registrada si en algún momento me la quiero mirar o algo. Pero honestamente voy avanzando en ella mientras charlo con vosotros. Realmente yo no me estoy enterando de nada. De vez en cuando se pasa el guajo y le pregunto que qué ha pasado hasta ahora en la historia. Así es como yo me voy enterando. Pero luego si me quiere contar antes de que lo haya jugado, le digo, no me hagas spoilers. Porque la hipocresía, ¿sabes? Básicamente.
That. The tremor didn't originate
Tengo
from the
80 deseos
seafloor.
apenas y quiero ahorrar
In
para...
fact, it seems it came from the
Hostia
surface.
puta. Pues mucho
Over the
ánimo.
years of serving as
Yo
the
lo he
warden
mirado
here,
hoy,
I've developed a
justamente
sense
hoy.
for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the
103
seal that
deseos
Monsieur Neuvillette set in place
para
won't
Arlequino.
fail so easily.
Para Arlequino y para Raiden C1, entre comillas, que espero que no sea Raiden
If you
C1
recall our
y
last
que sea
incident,
simplemente
if there really
Chebreuse.
were a problem, there would
Solo
be
quiero
crowds of
la
inmates in a panic right now.
solo quiero la 4 estrellas, nada más. Una. No quiero ni constelaciones ni nada. ¿Será que alcanzo? A ver, si tuvieses muchísima suerte te podría salir en la primera tirada las 6 constelaciones. Pero igual al día siguiente te atropella un coche para compensar el karma, ¿sabes? No queremos eso. No lo sé. Me llamo loco por tener todo el mapa al 100%. ¿Papi no tiene el mapa al 100%?
Have you completed your release papers?
¿No tienes el mapa al 100%, papi?
It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right. Today
Vale,
is our
no
last
sé
day
nada,
in
me parece que
prison.
sí. Ojolete, ¿qué pasó?
Now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
En esta misión sí que es interesante observar el juego. Mucho momento, Lori. Tendré que prestarle un poco más de atención,
Oh
supongo.
yeah, Paimon
Pero
can
igualmente,
spot
es que
this
me es
place
más entretenido hablar con
Be sure
vosotros,
to
la
come
verdad.
back and visit. I'll miss you.
Realmente yo debería hacer just chatting, pero es que me da la impresión de que si hago
you've
just
signed the
chatting y
release
luego
papers,
pues
then you're
no
free
se
to
me
go.
ocurre un tema de conversaciones,
guards
vamos
will
a quedar
escort
ahí
you out.
todos mirando la pantalla
You're
como
not going
cualquier
to see
cosa.
us off?
Y en cambio, si tenemos otra cosa de fondo, pues si nos quedamos sin tema,
I knew you'd
podemos
ask.
centrarnos en la otra
Alright,
cosa
sure.
y luego ya surgirá
Let's go.
otro tema, ¿sabes?
Well, you
Es mi
actually
forma de verlo.
agreed.
No sé.
No worries, you must be busy.
Porque
Paimon
seamos
was just
honestos,
joking.
igual no os habéis dado cuenta aún, pero yo soy tremendamente mala sacando temas de conversación.
So you do have a polite side, I
¿Dónde
see.
estaba leyendo?
After being down
Vale,
here
aquí.
for so long,
Los streams de Genshin
I imagine
aburren,
you
pero
must
ricos
feel
para
like you're
entretener.
lacking
Oh,
companionship.
pues me alegro
Shall
mucho,
I come
coño.
along too?
Me da un poco de cosa hacer streams de Genshin precisamente por eso, porque como es todo mucho texto, pues puedan resultar aburridos o que yo qué sé. Como Genshin no es el contenido principal del canal, pues a la gente no le resulten entretenidos y no quieran venir o cualquier cosa.
The chefs sure do
No
know
sé.
how to make good
Siempre
broth.
es eso, me da un
I
poco de
hope you
cosa.
won't be here as convicts the next
Y
time
por
I
eso se
see
me
you.
acumularon precisamente el año pasado tantísimas horas de Genshin que tuvimos que hacer como... ¿Cuánto fueron? 5 o 6 días seguidos de Genshin. ¿Cuántas misiones de Arconte tuvimos que hacer una detrás de otra? No sé cuántas fueron, pero fue una fumada horrible. Me quise morir.
You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette?
No más, por favor.
Please pass on our kind regards.
Es que Navia me hace ojito. Ya, Navia mola un montón, pero es
I'm
que
sure
tiene
just your
pinta de ser
regards will do,
malísima,
no?
tío. Es que es feo.
I
El problema
believe
es
it
que
would
es
be the
feo, no otra
polite
cosa.
thing to do.
You're right.
Estoy concentrándome
I've
en
heard
la
the palais has
presentación de
been
muchísimos
terribly
límites.
busy these
Ah, vale,
days.
vale, pues mucho
Tell him
ánimo.
that I hope he hasn't
Chaitos
been
allá, que vaya muy
overwhelmed by the
bien.
recent string of
Mucho ánimo con
troubles.
lo que estés haciendo. Y sí, luego me cuentas eso. Ah, mierda, cago en la puta con las misiones estas. A ver, ¿dónde estás ocupado ahora? Esto me pasa por tener esto. Esto es culpa de Fontaine, ¿eh? O sea, antes de que estuviese Fontaine, yo había vaciado prácticamente esto entero. Os lo juro que en verano me estuve dedicando a coger lo que estudiaba para mi recuperación de programación. Lo que hacía era tener el Genshin abierto e ir cogiendo misiones de Sumeru e irlas dejando con el piloto automático puesto y iba pasando el texto en lo que yo iba estudiando. Así me iba entreteniendo un poco y no se me hacía tan pesado el estudio e iba quitándome estas mierdas del medio. Vale, ¿dónde está ahora esto? Entre borradores. Vale, vamos a hacer esto. A ver, esperad que leo por aquí. No es estupite por un 4 estrellas. Ya me pasó, o sea, ya os lo he contado, pero es que me da miedo tirar por eso. Pero aquí la señorita Laila me hizo esta mierda, ¿sabes? Pero por lo menos esta vez es con Raiden, que yo qué sé, pues, ¿qué hace la...? No he mirado, lo quería mirar el otro día. ¿Dónde está la puta Raiden? ¿Dónde está Raiden? Tío. Tío. Ah, coño, que la tengo en el equipo. Quería mirar esto. Los personajes, aumentan un 80%. Los personajes del resto... Bueno, no está mal, ¿no? La C1, la C2 sé que es muy buena. La C2 está muy bien. Y si tengo la C1, pues estoy más cerca de la C2. Y la C1 de Jai, pues tampoco me molesta del todo. Porque básicamente me cubre el tema de la recuperación de energía, que la tiene muy mal. ¿Veis las? ¿Veis las particulitas de glitch que salen de vez en cuando en mi pantalla o solo la veo yo? Porque no sé si es cosa de la pantalla en sí o es cosa del PC. Si alguien más las está viendo, por favor que me diga. Porque lo acabo de ver yo justamente ahora. Vale, eso. Que me cubre la recuperación de energía, que ya él la lleva muy mal. Entonces no está mal. Y me pone cerca de la C2, que también está muy bien. Pero eso, que tiré por Layla y me comí esta mierda. Y encima tenía el asegurado, que me jodió más. Pero esta vez no tengo ni asegurado ni nada, así que si me sale una Raiden en Early Pity, pues tampoco pasa nada, ¿sabes? Así que bueno, no me importa demasiado tirar por ella. Sería peor si tuviese que tirar únicamente por Yoimiya. Ahí sí que lloraría fuerte. Vale, espérate. ¿Es aquí dentro? ¿O es simplemente que salga de aquí? Espérate, a ver. Dicha disfruto la... Oh. Espera, creo que no leí el mensaje de arriba. Vale, aquí. Me da mucha gracia en inglés británico del Genshin. ¡Ya! Sí, suenan bastante británicos, ¿eh? Es peor, es que a mí ni siquiera me suenan tan británicos porque jugué ya el Xenoblade Chronicles 1. Joder, ahí sí que suenan británicos, la puta madre. Eso sí que es horrible. Algunos de tus streams que la gente no viene por los juegos, sino que tú eres como eres. Oh. Eso me halaga un montón. Me alegro mucho, la verdad.
Being too popular can be such a
Yo no os
hassle.
veo.
Who knew
Me
that people
alegra
would adore me so much?
que sea más cosa de la pantalla, porque si tuviese que cambiar cosas del PC, porque si estuviese jodiendo algo, seguramente me sería más caro, pero no me gusta nada que se me esté jodiendo la pantalla, porque la pantalla tampoco fue precisamente barata. Y es que me pasa bastante a menudo. Y es más cuando juego Genshin que otra cosa, no sé por qué. Pero es eso, es como... ¿Sabéis las cámaras del FNAF? Pues así me pasa. Básicamente, es la mejor descripción posible. Con mi equipo hiperbatería por una Yelance 1 y con los sitios 16. Yoimiya es un personaje nuevo. Yoimiya es horrible, tío. O sea, saquen a Yoimiya del juego, por favor. ¿A quién se le ocurrió? Vale, a ver. ¿Dónde estás? A 900 metros, vale. ¿Dónde? 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 ¿Estoy ciega? Espérate. Espérate, porque igual estoy ciega. No sé en qué otra ocasión, creo que también... No, Yoimiya, de hecho. Yoimiya también fue, aunque no la tenga con constelaciones, Yoimiya también fue otro caso como el de... Sí, como el de Yae C1. Yoimiya la saqué porque yo quería Sayu. O sea, hasta que me salió Sayu, que ya la tengo C6, creo, a la puta Sayu. ¿Dónde está Sayu? Aquí. La tengo C6, pero en su día me saqué a Yoimiya porque quería Sayu y no me salía la puta Sayu. Y estaba convencidísima de skipear a Yoimiya porque digo, tampoco quiero a Sayu para tanto. Y estaba, es que me acuerdo como si fuese ayer. Estaba en la puta cola de la vacuna del COVID, porque fue en aquella época. Y coincidí con una chica que no conocía de nada, ¿no? La conocí allí. Y tenía una camiseta de... No. No, era yo quien tenía una camiseta de Danganronpa. Y creo que empezamos a hablar por eso. Y acabamos hablando del Genshin. Y me enseñó que ella tenía Sayu. Y me acabó convenciendo de que Yoimiya no estaba tan mal y de que tirase por Sayu porque Sayu era genial. Y tiré por Sayu cuando llegué a casa y me salió Yoimiya. Y literalmente me cago en Dios. No sé para qué le hice caso. Que Yoimiya luego tampoco está tan mal, ¿no? Pero me cago en la puta. De verdad. No sé por qué hago caso a nadie. Vaya, no le gusta el Genshin. Hay que hacerle cambiar de opinión. Y sí. Está intentando impedir mi ludopatía. Esto no se puede, ¿eh? Au. Ay, mi rodilla. Me ha crujido muy feo. Au. Pero me ha crujido muy mal, ¿eh? O sea, no me he movido ni siquiera tanto. Me rompo, gente. En verdad, estoy dejando que pase el texto aquí, como si estuviese sonando. Pero estas misiones yo me las esquipeo. No mayor. Ya, sí, ya lo sé. Lo peor es que las rodillas ni siquiera es de hacerme mayor. Llevan rotas desde toda la vida. Porque va a hacer un tiempo horrible mañana. O las dos. Las señoras mayores les cruje las rodillas porque va a hacer tiempo. Va a hacer mal tiempo, me refiero. Soy mayor y va a hacer mal tiempo. Es invierno, buen tiempo no va a hacer. ¿Te imaginas que miramos el pronóstico y va a hacer malo, de verdad? No, por favor, que mañana voy a comer donde mi padre. ¿Por qué me están mandando a hacer papeleo? Pregunto.
Lícate Clown. Dice. Mi personaje favorito es Yoimiya.
¿Por qué? Quiero decir, puedo entender que te guste Yoimiya, pero ¿por qué favorito? Ay, mi madre, pero ¿qué misión de mierda es esta?
Lícate Clown. Dice. Porque me gusta el lore y por lo vaporizados.
A ver, porque te gusta el lore lo puedo entender un poco. Porque a mí también me gusta más o menos. No me gusta mucho su diseño, no me termina de convencer. Pero me gusta un poco la temática sí que tiene de con los fuegos artificiales y lo de los... ¿Cómo se llaman? Los... Las carpas estas. ¿Cómo se dicen los golfis en español, tío? Los... Bueno, tú me entiendes. Los cursos, eso. Y las mariposas y todo. Los kois. ¿Sí son kois? Es que no sé si son kois. Son lo mismo. Bueno, pero sí. Me parece bonito la idea. Pero hay algo que no me termina de convencer exactamente. No sé. Pero lo de los vaporizados, no sé, podría escoger literalmente cualquier otro personaje. No, por favor, déjame. Ay, la madre que te parió, en serio. ¿Por qué me pones otra misión nueva en vez de dejarme hacer la anterior? Ay, Dios. Eran las 8, ¿verdad? Lo de los vaporizados podría escoger algo como Jutao, por ejemplo. No sé. ¿Qué DPS es Pyro hay en el juego? Tampoco se me ocurren muchos. Déjame mirar. A Lini, por ejemplo. Lini no se juega vaporizados. Lini debería gustarte más que yo y Milla. De hecho, Lini eres tú, o sea, no sé. Janfei yo creo que funciona también mejor que yo y Milla.
Lícate clown. Dice. Si uso Lini, 3.
¿Qué es?
Lícate clown. Dice. Pero yo y mi está cute. Guaji.
Pues sí,
Dice.
pero no sé.
Lini es para monópiro.
¿Sí? ¿Por qué? Es que no sé cómo funciona la Ini. O Lini, nunca sé cómo pronunciarlo. Ah, ¿por esto? Ah, vale, por esto. Vale, entiendo. Bueno, supongo que entonces a vaporizados te puedo comprar más a yo y Milla. Sigue sin terminar de convencerme. Yo creo que es el pelo de yo y Milla. Es que no sé, tiene algo raro. No sé. Igual es como que sigue demasiado su cabeza y luego esto tiene una forma aquí rara o algo. No sé, estoy intentando decir cosas por decir algo. Es que no sé exactamente qué es. Tiene algo raro y no sé el qué es. ¿Dónde está la burocracia esta? Pero que también te digo, me alegro de que me saliese yo y Milla en aquel entonces. Porque viendo con los personajes que ha estado saliendo hasta ahora, no la habría sacado nunca. Porque literalmente mi joyo la odia. Bueno, miento. Si hubiese querido sacar a Joy Milla, que no creo que hubiese sido el caso, pero supongamos que hubiese querido sacar a Joy Milla, en el banner la actualización que fue de Yae, Al-Haytham, Joy Milla y no sé qué otro personaje que también tenía, creo que fue Ito o algo así, ahí la habría sacado porque tenía todos los demás. O sea, literalmente esa actualización para mí fue ahorro. Los tenía todos, no sé ni cómo. Creo que sería... Lini. Lini. En francés todas las palabras son agudas y las E no se pronuncian como tal. Sé que las E que están al final de las palabras, si no tienen acento, no se pronuncian. Pero algunas S tendrán que pronunciarlas, si no, ¿para qué las ponen, no? Digo yo. No sé. Todas las palabras son agudas siempre. Coñazo, ¿no? Qué raro hablan los franceses, de verdad. Normal que les hagan bullying. Miro a ver porque igual está súper lejos y me conviene más teletransportarme. Igual me convenía más porque no sé dónde tengo que ir. ¿Ese no es un suelo o algo? No. ¿Dónde coño tengo que ir? Vale, espérate. Ah, coño, vale. Cuando la S dentro de la palabra suena tan suave y poco, que pena se nota, pero tiene que estar ahí. Joder. ¿Por qué hablan tan mal, tío? O sea, ¿por qué te harías eso? No entiendo los idiomas en los que escriben... Bueno, digamos... Dime que sí, 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 dime que sí. ¡Ole! Bien. Que le jodan a la misión secundaria. Vale. Eso, los idiomas en los que escriben de una forma y lo pronuncian de otra, ¿sabes? Tan difícil es pronunciar lo que escribes, ¿sabes? Como el inglés. No sé, tío. O sea, el español y el japonés, por ejemplo, están basadísimos. El alemán, casi casi. No termina de, pero por los pelos.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two.
Y más sabrá, coño, pero que yo sepa, no sé.
Did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me.
El
Would you
italiano
mind
no
helping
estoy
me take a
segura
look
de
at
si
this
se
report?
pronuncia como se
I'll be
escribe.
right there.
Creo que
Sorry,
sí,
I've
pero no
got my
estoy
hands
segura.
full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Y cuando digo eso me refiero que una letra, tú escribes una letra y esa letra siempre tenga la misma pronunciación.
Hello. You've come at the right time,
Porque yo que sé,
but
por
you'll
ejemplo,
have to
una A
wait
para
for
nosotros
just
puede
a
ser
moment,
una A,
as
pero
there
para
are some
los
urgent
italianos
matters
puede
I
ser
must
una E.
tend to first.
¿Vale? Pero eso
In the
estaría bien en
meantime,
ambos
please,
casos.
have a seat.
¿Me explico?
If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
En inglés era más tirando al alemán, pero llegaron los franceses putos.
A massive
Sustituyeron en gran medida
wheel.
el inglés como lo conocemos
Do you
ahora.
have
Qué
any idea
hijos de
what that
puta,
might be?
tío. Es que ves, los
Judging from your
franceses siempre
description,
metiendo las manos
that
donde no
cannot have occurred
deberían,
in any
macho.
ordinary waters,
¿De verdad?
but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume
creo que
the
los
child is
franceses
presently
tienen
immersed in primordial seawater.
El peor idioma en el sentido de
Water? But how? And is
de
he
peor
okay?
escrito y peor hablado. De más diferente, ¿sabes?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
Porque aparte de eso, el inglés, por ejemplo,
Yes.
también tiene mucha
What is
diferencia
it?
con eso. Pero los franceses, aparte, también tienen conjugaciones verbales, lo cual es una putada.
Oh, right. Paimon felt it
Es
too.
una puta mierda.
We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't
No sé, no me gusta el
from
francés,
underwater, so we
tío.
figured you might know something about it.
Me obligaron a estudiarlo en el colegio y le tengo mucho asco.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no. What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I've finished things here.
There's no time to lose.
Please be careful.
Vayamos, vayamos. Hay un TP ahí, espérate. Que con el icono gordo de la misión no lo veo.
Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Vale, ¿dónde? ¿A cuál? Mira, hay un tío. O sea, todo el mundo se ha ido y han dejado un tío ahí arriba.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
Hay un tío ahí arriba.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
¿Pero qué ha pasado aquí? Es que no entiendo, porque está todo mal. Y dicen que están afectados por la inundación, pero no hay nada inundado, ¿sabes?
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose.
Ah, mira, justo lo dicen ahora.
Caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Siento que Poisson ha sido gravemente afectado. Comprendo. Claro, como están un poquito por debajo del nivel del mar, tampoco sé cómo han despejado el mar, ¿sabes? Porque son un hoyo. Una vez se les cuela el agua, no sé cómo lo sacan de ahí. Pero bueno, imaginemos que tienen túneles o algo por donde ha salido.
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and
Claro,
rescue
pero
mission in the meantime.
se ha tenido que ir por algún lado, porque si has visto cómo es la estructura del sitio este, están como en un hoyo en la roca y el nivel del mar está un poco por encima de ellos. De ahí vienen las cascadas. Y creo que tienen salidas al agua por debajo. Entonces el agua ha tenido que irse por ahí, pero eso también da al mar, así que... Técnicamente no debería funcionar el sitio este, pero de alguna forma lo hace. No lo sé.
Everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd.
Esa línea estaba más
Almost like
baja
the
el
unique
volumen.
color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
Igualmente, el agua
It was quite frightening indeed.
que ha inundado el
I
sitio
only
este
wish
dicen
that
que es
everything
agua
that just
del
happened
mar primigenio,
was a bad
pero
dream.
no lo habíamos contenido literalmente ayer.
Help, Navia?
¿De dónde coño ha salido ahora? Tipo, la única salida al mar primigenio no estaba justamente debajo del fuerte
You
Merópide.
don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful
Me
I
estoy
am.
perdiendo, pues.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Creo que han muerto bastante fuerte.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Vale, que no había visto la ventana para clicar. Ah, venga, qué manera de reventar el momento. ¿A cuál tengo que ir? Ah, vale, sí, es cierto. Esta sí que sabía que estaba aquí desde hace mucho. ¡Holi, Leca! Bueno, Leca, papi. De la raid. ¿Qué raid? No hay raid. De la raid imaginal.
Excuse me, good sir.
¡Holi, Cotcito!
Do you by
¿Cómo
any chance
estáis?
know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiance? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something.
¡Holi, mami!
I heard she comes here a lot.
¡Holi, Mati!
Yeah, she does.
¿Cuánta gente de repente?
Poor thing.
¡Holi, Wii!
It's no secret why
Muerto de
either.
calor. ¿Por qué?
Hard
¿Qué
sick.
pasó?
Ever
Bueno,
since Caesar passed
pasó
away,
que hace
she's
calor,
been coming
¿no?
here
Pero,
once every week to clean
pero
his
date el
grave.
ventilador, cabrón. Te dije que te lo
Often she
pusieses
just sits
antes.
there in front of his headstone,
vaca.
Sometimes she talks to herself.
Muy buenas, el matino
I
se
asked her
bienvenido
what
a la
she was
marisma.
doing
¿Cómo
once.
estás?
She said she
Cuando
wanted to
eras
speak to him again.
Reminet se mencionó que el
She
agua
knows
normal
he's
se está
gone
mezclando.
and can't hear her from the
Sí,
grave,
claro,
but
pero eso era
she just
porque
likes to spend
por la
time there,
presa.
telling her
Imagino que
fiancé
tenía
all about how her
filtraciones,
life is
¿no?
going.
Pero en el momento en el que Nubilet puso el sello este, yo imagino que dejó de haber filtraciones, ¿no? Pero eso estaba mezclado con el mar normal. O sea que el mar normal ya está mezclado, ¿no?
I'll bet.
Entonces todo el mar
Caesar's
sería peligroso.
reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so
Quiero decir, nadie
no one
podría
else
tocarlo.
visits his grave.
No sé, tío.
Gemma's the only one who
Esto
still
es
thinks
una
about
red
him after all these
imaginaria.
years.
Bueno,
I
pues
don't know if the
bienvenidos a
mind
todos los
lives
de
on
la
in
raid. ¿Cómo lo
waters after
pasasteis
death,
en el
but
stream?
if it does,
¿Stream
I'm sure
imaginario
Caesar
igual
must be
también?
grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly. If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé
Mírales
is
qué
a
cookies.
low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual
Fíjate,
today.
clown.
Normally, she'd
Dice.
be sitting in front of his
El
grave by
stream era
now.
real, pero le
I
dio
wonder if she's
cosita de
okay.
hacer raid.
Ah, pero
Well,
¿por
that's
qué? Si
everything
no
I
pasa
know, I'm afraid.
nada.
You might have more luck asking some other
Pero
people.
que no me sea así de tonto, por favor.
All right, well, thanks for
Pero bueno,
sharing all
entonces,
of
¿cómo
this
lo
with us.
pasasteis en el
We'll
stream
keep asking
real?
around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be
Pobrecito
able to move
mijito, de
on one
verdad.
day.
Estuvo bueno. Me alegro.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he
Lízate,
dead?
clown. Dice.
I don't know anymore.
La
All
pasamos
sorts of
bien.
news flying around
Uy, uy, que
nowadays.
estaba de
I can never
tóxico,
tell
creo
what's
que
true and
necesitamos
what
mandarlo al
isn't.
Dincal.
Yo creo que sí, ¿eh?
But what if?
Este comportamiento no lo veo
hypothetically,
yo
I mean,
apropiado.
What if this weasel
Ah,
was playing?
pero mami.
Seriously, 10 years ago,
Oh,
I made all
muchas gracias.
You know
Gracias
what?
por la sub.
This guy's been set up.
Que me perdí.
The Caesar I knew
Pues
was a good
mijito,
guy.
que es
He gave
Scott,
balloons to
Scott
children on the
que lo
street,
puedes ver
for
por
Pete's
aquí.
sake.
Estaba
What, are we
haciendo
supposed to
stream
believe that he was a
y le
balloon
dio
thief or
corte,
something? Give me a
mandar
break.
raid. Así que hicieron una raid
Oh,
imaginaria.
please. Weren't you the one cursing
bueno.
his name to high heaven when the police
Y
announced
nosotros
the
estamos aquí
news?
jugando
You were all,
Genshin.
that gosh
Estamos
darn
intentando
lousy
hacer
son
la
of a-
historia principal, pero
think
tengo
you know a
1000
God, words
historias,
to that effect.
1000 misiones secundarias entre
did I
medias
say
que me están interrumpiendo
I
todo el
don't seem to
rato.
recall.
Vengo de la raid. ¡Tú también! El Slimo es puto porque... ¿Por qué es puto hoy? A ver.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic
Porque
as well,
come
but
a
we're
las 6
struggling
de
to
la
get to the
tarde
bottom of it. Do you think
y
you
no
could
sé
spare a
siquiera
moment
si
to
habrá
tell us a little
cenado.
bit about Caesar?
Y eso está feo. Y Werwick,
You've
bájale
come
a
to
lo
the right
tóxico,
people.
que
Yep.
he recibido quejas
I was
tuyas,
there.
tipo de ti,
Back
me
when
refiero,
Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street.
de que toxiqueas
He was
demasiado.
a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do
Se andaba
was
en
pop
stream, pero
a
la
transparent
memoria de Cali
balloon,
no podía pensar.
only for a whole bunch of
No
doves to
pasa
fly
nada.
out from the inside.
Pero que no me digan que
I
es
was
por
right up
vergüenza o
close
cualquier
and didn't
cosa,
blink or look away once.
El
But
tercero
for the
vivo.
life of me, I
Calla,
still don't
pero
have
que
the
no es por
faintest
eso,
clue
coño.
how he pulled it off.
Que si
Really
no
incredible
quieres
stuff.
raidear o cualquier cosa,
I
yo que
saw
sé,
him
te
perform
quieres ir, lo
too.
que sea,
He
que no
always
pasa
used
nada,
to bring
coño.
some
Si
gifts
quieres
along for
raidear
the
cualquier
kids
otra
who came to
persona,
watch his show,
da igual.
and he'd hand them out after
Pero no
he
me
was
digas
done.
que es por vergüenza, coño. Te
Sometimes
cojo, te meto un
he even
sopapo.
got the kids
O
to
sea,
write their wishes down,
¿vale?
and then he'd make the items on the wish list
A robarme
appear
mi
in his
suerte no te
next
puedes
show.
asegurar el Shogun C1. No quiero la Shogun C1, por favor, no me des a la Shogun C1.
But after he died,
Yo solo
there
quiero
were
a
also
Chebreuse y luego
rumors that he
Arlequino, ya
used the
está,
wish list to
quiero
find out what
Shogun,
was
por favor, no
precious
me
to
des a la
people,
Shogun.
with the intent to steal it later. As I'm sure
Es
you
por
know,
vergüenza,
the
¿ves cómo
Phantom
mienten los
Weasel would
abuelos?
steal just
Bueno,
about
no así
anything
yo,
from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more. I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time. No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
¡Ay, Oli Elder, coño! No sé si te llega a saludar, he leído el mensaje. Creo que no he dicho nada, lo dejo en mi cabeza. Porque soy
Is it
imbécil.
just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait, it looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay.
¿Puedo seguir con la principal? Vaya.
Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Qué forma más rara de escribir Gemma, por cierto. O Gema, no sé.
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid. We mean no harm. It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
Me descansa. Oki, descansa, mijito, chaito.
We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused.
Oki, mijito, descansa,
You
chao.
knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around us. In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
Y ahora seguimos con la principal. Mierda. Era mucho pedir, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué? Pero me han mandado otra ubicación completamente distinta. Espera, no. Me han dicho otra vez a las 8 de la mañana. ¿Basta con hacer esto? ¿O tiene que ser mañana? Tiene que ser mañana. Vale.
So much.
¿Ah? Me vale, ¿eh? No me voy a quejar.
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping
Mijito,
evacuate
¿qué
the
pasó?
residents, but they couldn't leave
Bueno,
in time.
descansa.
And they were caught in the seawater.
Ah, los deshicieron.
Dice. Kat duerme 16 horas diarias, princesa.
Ya lo sé. Sí, sé que se tira el día durmiendo. ¿Me dejas mimir hasta mañana? No, no te dejo, pero sé que vas a hacerlo igualmente.
I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just...
¡Pero no te he dejado!
Gone. I just can't...
2015 horas. A ver, 15 son menos que 16, ¿no? Pero igualmente.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
Te voy a pegar así un tortazo, mijito, de verdad.
Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See,
mira,
mijito,
de verdad.
I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic.
Cago en la
He wouldn't be
puta.
angry, would he?
El lore es un moco. A ver, mijito. Ya. Ya valió.
Fíjate, clown.
Solo quiero mimir. No, vas a mimir 8 horas y vas a ser productivo el resto del tiempo, como una persona normal. Con aquellos que duran más de 8 horas, que son una puta. Como mijito. Mijito es el ejemplo principal de ser una puta.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious.
Que es productivo, lo contrario que tú, hijo de puta. Cabrón.
Dice. Tu ama duerme más de 8 horas.
Pero mami es una princesa. Necesita su sueño reparador.
After all, besides you, demoiselle,
mijito, no es una princesa.
Could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
No, has heredado una mierda,
Seriously.
Has heredado que te voy a partir las piernas.
All right. I'll remember your requests.
Qué mentira más grande.
I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff.
Tú lo que tienes es que coger la pala y ponerte a laburar de una vez. La madre que te parió. Coge el lápiz y ponte a dibujar. ¿Cuánto hace que no dibujas algo?
But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
Pero yo no me paso el día durmiendo. Brote sí, porque es una puta y ya puse ese ejemplo ayer. Pero yo no me paso el día durmiendo.
Now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be
Yo
accomplished
duermo
with
como
someone
mucho
else's help.
8, 9 horas en un día que me dé por descansar, como es debido. 9 horas en un día bueno. Y el resto del día laburando como una persona grande. Hace 15 días. Ponte a dibujar ahora mismo, Koz. Te pones a dibujar ahora mismo, te juro que voy ahí, te parto las piernas.
Thank you.
El mejor stream de Latam.
¿De
Latam? ¿De Latam?
By the way,
no dibujo completo, no puros bocetos. Bueno, a ver, quiero decir, bocetos también cuentan, ¿no? Pero deberías terminar algo. Y ponerte a dibujar ahora también. Mi slimo ya sé que tengo que hacerlo. Me acuerdo, hace unas semanas intenté usar una pala. No sabía muy bien el cavar, la verdad. Cavar es complicado realmente. Yo creo que también lo intenté cuando era chiquita. Que pues tampoco tenía mucha maña siendo pequeña, ¿no? Pero igualmente fue complicado. Sí, ese mis overlays, pero hace falta vamos a ir a dibujar, ¿no?
It's okay. I know what you're thinking.
Igualmente no deberías pasar el día entero dibujando. Deberías hacer otra cosa.
We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated.
¿Por qué no lo haces?
The overall outcome indicates
pues porque
that
soy
the
floja
cost
y yo dibujo, no como Cozito. Que haga Cozito el Slimo Puton. Porque no está haciendo Cozito el Slimo Puton. A Cozito no le decís nada, ¿eh? De verdad. Siempre me echan en cara las cosas a mí. Esto no se puede trabajar así.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
Eso con de Twitch. Ya, pero
Lícate, clown.
Pero no hace nada.
What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Eso es verdad. Cada vez que me digas lo del Slimo Puton, te voy a decir
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we
mira,
last met.
¿Qué haces Slimo Puton en mi canal? ¿Tú verás?
What are you doing here?
Porque, un Lucky.
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission
No.
according to your
Aquí sabemos hacer bullying
All
todos,
the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Pero...
There's no need to worry.
Pero ya tal, ¿no?
Very much.
Ya la wea que me tratas feíto.
You two know each other?
No. Como venga aquí, mami,
met
a quejarse,
Right, Miss Navia.
porque le has dicho eso, le voy a decir que no trabajas una mierda. Tú verás. Tú verás. Y le diré que duermes todo el día y que vagueas y no haces absolutamente nada. Se fue a dormir. Bueno.
Thanks to the knave,
Pues no la
Sígueme
molestes.
received generous
O te
support
mato.
from the Fatui,
Tú verás.
which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
Estás
My
literalmente
subordinates
muerto.
have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in
Una
various
ventaja de Slimo
locations.
Puton.
I hear
Todos
that they've
X
also
Werwick.
prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
X. Por Werwick.
I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag
puedo
about,
mimir.
nor
Porque
do I
mimes todo el
intend
día.
to. It is
Porque
simply
quieres
the way
dormir
of
16
powerful
horas al día, por eso
organizations
mismo
to
no
act
puedes mimir.
forcefully,
Porque ya has
whether
mimido.
they are doing good
Ahora
or
toca
ill.
trabajar.
You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
Hoy hice stream. ¿Cuántas horas
As
has
I've
hecho
told
stream?
this traveler
No te digo que
before,
prendas
I
otra
know
vez.
of
No,
the
no toca mi
prophecy,
misión.
and I intend to prevent the impending disaster.
Una horita.
Lending your
¡Una hora!
organization a hand was a natural first
Una hora
step
para
in
stream, bueno,
accomplishing
vale,
that.
está bien.
As such,
Pero ahora
do
tienes que
not be
trabajar en otra
troubled
cosa.
by this token of our sincerity.
Jugar LOL y,
Perhaps one day
jugar
you'll also
LOL
be
con
able to
tus
help me
amigos
in
está
the
guay.
same way.
Vale, está
Without
muy
your
bien.
help,
Pero ahora
there
tienes que
would have been
trabajar en
many
algo.
more casualties.
Si dibujar
I
con el
won't
calor
forget
te da
your
ansiedad,
kindness.
pues piensa en otra cosa. No
Furthermore,
tienes nada que estudiar
I
ni nada.
sincerely regret what happened to Malus and
Después de las
Silver.
10 AM. ¿Y qué?
I only
Pues
wish that
entonces
my
ahora
people
serán
could
las
have
11
arrived a
AM.
little earlier to
No
prevent
puedes
this from
pasar
happening.
9 horas.
Don't say that. You and
No
your
puedes
subordinates
dormirte
did
ahora que han
everything
pasado
you
9
could.
horas. Quiero decir,
As Paimon said,
no
Malus
puedes
and Silver
estar
didn't
despierto
choose to
9 horas
sacrifice
y
themselves for any
dormir.
specific person, and they weren't the price paid for other salvation.
¿Cuántos son 24 menos 9?
Chose to become
15
heroes
horas.
themselves.
No funciona así.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like
Se
trying
despertó
to
pero no
relieve
dijo
pain
que se
by saying
levantó de la
some
cama.
noble sounding words.
Ay, la madre que te parió.
But right
Eso es
now,
verdad.
There's nothing more suitable.
Ahora son las 11 de
Really
mi ese
did
cálculo.
become
Pues
heroes.
porque, yo qué sé,
You're
yo
right.
estaba
I'm
asumiendo
sorry for your
que
loss,
se
Miss
despertó,
Navia.
prendió stream, estuvo con vosotros jugando y tal. Y...
Water is life
Y
to
pues ahora ya
Fontaine's
serían las 11,
and
¿sabes?
it also spells disaster. It's no
Yo
wonder
qué
that
sé, no
people
he echado
always
las
say that
cuentas de,
prophecies
con
represent
respecto a la hora,
fate.
la verdad.
Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course.
Ahora levanta
That is
una
why
pala.
I'm going to Hotel
Me ha
Bouffeté.
gustado esa,
I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Mijito,
By the
tienes que
way,
trabajar en
traveler,
algo, por favor, o
Paimon,
sea...
One more thing.
No puede ser que después de un stream y 9 horas despierto ya te quieras ir a mimir otra vez. Así no funcionan las cosas. Ya trabajé. ¡No, no trabajaste! Llevas todo el día jugando. Y todo el día jugando significa 9
That is a
horas.
clever and useful
No has hecho
conversation
nada.
technique, which I do like
Justo
to
eso,
use
me
when
gustaría un caso
necessary.
llamado escribo.
But
Ya.
there's no need today.
La
It would
verdad es
not
que
hurt to
sí,
have Miss
pero
Navia listening
¿sabes lo que me gustaría a mí?
Traveler,
Lo
I'm
sabes.
sure you remember that I said we could
Es
work
que
together when we had
no
the
estoy
chance.
segura si sepas
You and
lo que
I
me
both
gustaría a
know that
mí,
there may be
Werwick.
issues
No,
with the
no estoy
primordial
segura si
sea.
sepas a qué me refiero.
Previously, it was the
No es
fortress
sepas
of
lo que voy a decir a
Maripide's Sluice
continuación,
Gate,
¿eh?
and this
No,
time it
no
was the
estoy
water
segura.
levels in Poisson.
No estoy segura
These
si
are
sabes por
both
dónde voy a ir, ¿eh?
signals.
Ahora te explico. Bueno. Qué burguesito. No voy a estar como Werwick. Qué puto. Que sé que lo tengo que hacer, pero pues
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's
Tú
intelligence
entiéndeme,
network with
tengo
you.
una comisión
During
para
some
Navidad
recent
que no puedo hacer en
investigations, a
stream
child
porque es not
claimed
safe
to have
for work.
discovered some
Aparte de
ruins
que
near
no puedo hacer
Poisson.
streams de arte ahora
The
por el
ruins
tema
date
de
back to
mierda
ancient times and seem to be
de
worth
lo que se le ha
investigating
ocurrido
in
hacer a la
many
gente, que son
ways.
todos unos hijos de puta.
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the
Que
coming
no
crisis.
estoy viendo
The
cómo voy a
situation
lograr
is becoming
terminarla.
more urgent, so
Que me
any
está
pertinent
sacando de
information
quicio.
will prove extremely precious.
Y me quiero
Our
morir.
people initially came to
¿Vale?
prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly,
Werwick por
this
Cots,
disaster
cállate la boca.
struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house,
ya, pero
the person they trust most is you,
Pero lo mismo.
which is why I want to give you
Merecido.
this task.
¿Te lo has buscado tú sola? Un Lucky.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a
callar
high
la boca.
price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something...
¡Hola, Nuls! ¿Cómo estás?
Distraction.
¡Guau!
To keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections.
Pero
What do you say,
eso ya lo hemos
traveler?
tratado. Mami necesita su... Nos baitea. Ah, espera, ¿qué?
Nal súbete.
¿Coz nos baitea?
Dice. Cansadita.
No, ¿por qué?
All
¿Qué
right.
pasó?
The ruins are
A
to
ver,
the
tú al
south of
menos
Poisson.
laburaste, ¿no? Como
Here's the
cosito.
map.
Quiero decir, tú tienes motivos para estar cansada.
Us will handle it.
Te invito a leer a ver una peli. Oh, bueno, pero son bien cookies, no pasa nada, se les perdona. ¡Ay, la madre que me trajo con las misiones! De verdad me mato. Ah, pero puedo hacerla.
Nal
No
súbete.
pasa nada, entonces.
Dice. Comida familiar y Stram.
Ah, bueno, a ver, el Strum está bien. ¿Y la comida familiar qué tal fue? Espero que no se hiciese muy pesada. Comida familiar. Pero si estamos a punto de...
Everyone hold hands.
De que sea Navidad, no sé. Quiero decir, ya por estas fechas tocaría esperar a...
Hey.
Al 25. Bueno, más al 24, ¿no? Digo yo. Digo que no iba a ver la peli, sino que estaría en casa.
Thermomilk.
Pero puedo hacer ambas
Dice.
cosas. Ah, Oli, Cermo, ¿cómo estás? Oh.
Nal súbete.
Pero papi, puedes ver la
Dice.
peli también, no pasa nada.
Pero mi hermana cumple el 9 y mi abuelo el 12 y celebrar cumples.
Bueno, pues entonces está bien. Comprensible. ¿Y qué tal? ¿Se hizo ameno? Mi favorita es mi favorita. Bueno, sí, pero también es importante que veas pelis con mami. Y si no se va a poner troste. Y no quiero que se ponga troste.
So, are these the ruins the
Thermomilk.
knave was talking about?
Dice. Hola. Vengo de quedar pobre en el extensible de una
They
tuya.
seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
¿Pero por qué?
Let's go in and have a look.
¿Lo pasasteis bien?
Just be careful.
Ay, mi patita. Y luego aquí no se
Fíjate,
gastan
clown.
los dineros. Qué vergüenza.
Dice,
Es broma, coño.
tu mami está más para el otro lado que para ver la peli.
Ah, bueno, de dormir. pero, pues os
Thermomix.
ponéis a ver la peli,
Dice,
pues en lo que...
de hecho, se acaba de acabar XD.
Ah, bueno. Vaya. Pero lo que digo, os ponéis a ver la peli y pues ella se queda sobada y pues tú sigues aquí y ya está. Y pues así mami se queda feliz como que estabais viendo la peli. Ay. Sí. Ay.
Thermomix. Dice, ¿y cómo te va en Francia?
Pues por fin salimos de la cárcel.
Thermomix.
Ay.
Dice,
gracias.
Fíjate, clown.
Illusion shattered.
Yo le dije que toquemos a los muertos vivos. Ella se hace la muerto y yo el vivo. Pero me acordé que tenemos 13 hijos.
Hostia puta. ¿Desde cuándo tengo tantos hermanos? O sea, porque lo dijo el otro día mami. Lo de... cuando tú dijiste lo de que estabas pensando en adoptar a una payasa. Bueno, mejor payasita, es que payasa sí suena un poco feo. Parece que la estoy insultando. ¡Ay, Dios! ¡Qué puto susto! Pero eso. Y me quedé así como, espera, ¿cómo que tantos? Yo no sabía que éramos tantísimos. Me quedé un poco perdida. Ay.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Es verdad, ¿qué pasa si toco yo el agua? Nada, ¿no?
And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell
Fíjate,
in.
clown. Dice, es una payasita española, es una zombie payasita.
¡Oh, qué mona!
Right.
Tienes que convencer a mami.
There's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help for you to
Thermomix.
just stay here.
Dice, estoy muy cansado, tanto que siento que se me caen los brazos.
Ay, pero Dios.
It's just that...
¿Trabajaste mucho
No,
hoy?
you're right. I can't do anything in this
Bueno,
situation.
no, si vienes de ver un
leave this to
extensible,
you.
¿no? Bueno, no sé, igual trabajaste antes, no sé.
That complicates
Hay una caja ahí que parece que se puede romper, pero no creo
Maybe
que se
the
pueda
only way
romper.
left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Thermomix. Dice,
Vale. ¿Yo puedo nadar por
sí,
aquí?
trabajo en la mañana, tuve que mover 6 metros cúbicos de arena y estoy destrozado.
Vale, Gucci. Facilito, ¿no? Trabajo en la mañana, tuve que mover 6 metros cúbicos de arena y esto. Joder, normal. La puta madre. Pues a descansar toca. Joder, si ha sido en la mañana y sigues muerto. Nada, nada, mereció descanso. Juego más raro era ese, ¿no? Es que estoy mirando por si hay cofres o algo. Porque una vez que sales de aquí ya esas protogemas las pierdes para siempre. Como ha cambiado la vista aquí, qué raro. ¡Hostia puta!
There's something wrong with this bridge. Run for it!
¡Qué susto, coño! Joder. Se me ha parado el corazón un momento ahí. Ah, mira, de esto me acuerdo del tráiler. Oye, pues no estamos tan lejos, ¿no? ¡No! ¡Que se va a caer al agua!
Tengo ganas
Ay,
de
mis
hacer la
muertos.
historia y no he podido.
Apenas andamos empezando con lo nuevo que salió, así que tampoco es mucho spoiler de momento. Igualmente, si no quisieses mirar, comprensible.
Demoiselle.
Hemos vuelto. Se ha muerto.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Thermomilk.
Oh,
Dice.
right.
Tengo una
I nearly
memoria muy
forgot.
corta. Tanto como la de un
It must have
elefante
slipped my
jeje.
mind when I
Eso es
dozed
todo lo
off.
contrario.
I haven't had a nap today yet.
Eso no es así.
Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Los
Is something the matter,
elefantes tienen
Demoiselle?
muy buena memoria.
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Thermomilk. Dice.
Do you remember Mr.
el
Giverny? He'd
Sí, me
requested our
imaginaba.
help before
Pero
with
quería hacer un
foreign
poco de
merchants who
drama.
had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been
Se
great.
nos murió
Thanks
la
to your help,
novia.
those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for.
Este
Why,
primer
I wasn't even
personaje
the
muerto
guarantor for that
jugable.
person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right.
Dice.
Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
A ver,
Oh,
técnicamente sí, o
One
sea,
moment, I have
no
it
te
right
equivocas, ¿no? Lo único que la
Miss
revivieron
Navia,
luego.
These are some flower seeds that I prepared.
Pero eso es
Please
verdad.
take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll
No lo
become
había
very
pensado
big
así.
and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
Molaría que Chichi tuviese la
I hope
piel
you
más
won't
como
refuse.
azul, o gris, o morada, o
Did you
verde.
cultivate them yourself? Thank
No,
you
color
so
carne, no
much.
sé.
I'll
Es que
certainly
parece
take
que está
them.
viva. Que
Maloose,
está viva, ¿no?
we do
Pero,
still have some empty flower pots at home,
pero
right?
viva de
Why, we can
resurrección.
have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Parece que está viva de normal.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam.
Thermomilk.
If I'm not
Dice.
mistaken, your name is
Y lo
Burnett,
tienes en inglés.
correct?
Ni para
That's right.
intentar no leer.
Is
Qué mal
something
saber
wrong?
inglés XD.
No, it's nothing.
Es que no quiero
This
leer.
is the first time we've
Si lo
ever
digo
met,
siempre, me da
but
muchísima
your
pereza.
name seemed familiar to me.
Si
I
tuviese
must
que
have
leerme
heard it
todo
when I
esto,
was
no
discussing
jugaría
things with
Genshin,
your husband
literalmente.
previously.
Qué aburrimiento.
I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
¿Su
My
juicio?
trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Thermomilk.
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about
Me
time
gusta
now,
mucho
so
el diseño de
we should
Navia,
get going.
pero no tanta para querer tenerla.
A mí me gusta un
alright then.
montón. Me recuerda mucho a... ¿Habéis visto Madoka Mágica? Me recuerda a Mami Tomoe. Pero mucho, mucho. Es como si fuese Mami de mayor. Me da esas vibras literalmente. Además con todos los cañones y todo que tiene. Es que es literalmente ella.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness.
Además los
Everyone's
tirabuzones, es que
finally
es
here.
tal cual.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge...
¿Se siente culpable por los que murieron o algo? No
Where's
sé.
Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall
Crear
accompany you.
reconocimiento con sublimación.
Dice.
Are
Y
you
hay
sure you
rumores
can
de que
stand
se
behind
viene
Sí
una
que sí,
skin
algo
para
así, creo,
Ganyu.
¿no?
Lo que me he
Typically, it
gastado
wouldn't
mis
be
ahorros en
allowed, but
Furina y la
today
mochila.
is an exception.
Skin para Ganyu. Sé que venían skin para Senge y para alguien más.
Hey, what
¿Para
kind
Senge?
of place do they think this
No,
is?
sí, es verdad, era para Ganyu. Para Ganyu y Senge, sí, creo.
doing?
Seriously.
Quiero
Enough
conseguir
with
las
the
dos.
whispering!
Muy fuerte.
Could someone please tell me where Monsieur
Lo bueno es que tengo un
Neuvillette is?
montón de bendis sin
And
comprar,
why
así que
I'm standing trial?
puedo sacar suficiente
My
para
dear
comprar las
Miss
skins de
Navia,
eso.
have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached
Pero
out to
Chiver,
you
¿cuál era
for
la
help,
animación de
you
viento de
responded.
Navia? Porque me
Not
acuerdo la
only
que
you,
se
but
ponen
your
las
butler,
gafas así.
your subordinates,
Pero la del viento no
nearly
la recuerdo.
everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Y lo estaba
Wait a
pensando y no
moment.
logro recordarla.
Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties.
¿Por qué?
You are one
Pues
with
porque... ¿Por qué?
We
¿Por qué? ¿Por
are
qué? Porque si tienes una waifu que
We
es
are
una
one big
waifu, pues
family.
tu waifu
All of us
suprema,
who are
pues
from
no
Poisson,
puedes tener otra waifu que
inextricably
sea tu
linked.
waifu suprema, porque
And with
entonces
you
pues no
being
sería
so
tu waifu
important,
suprema, serían
we
simplemente
couldn't
dos waifus,
possibly do without you.
¿sabes?
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Mal rollo, tío.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
No me estoy enterando de nada. ¿Qué está pasando aquí?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of
Pobre
any group.
Ganyu. La
She merely
cambias.
acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone.
No, pobrecito.
Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
Esto que viene, no entiendo nada. O sea, ¿de dónde ha salido toda esta escena? No entiendo nada. ¿Qué tiene que ver con nada?
Shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
No me he marcado, no sé para bien o para mal, pero es mi personaje favorito antes. Realmente hablar de pacotilla. Joder, pues tener un personaje favorito desde hace 3 años y que uno te lo cambie, tiene tela, ¿eh? O sea, te ha marcado pero bien, Furina. A mí Furina me gusta mucho. No es super a Zhongli, es que no sé.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Pero esto lo estás soñando porque...
Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the
se va a morir,
and
porque
in
se
the
quedó
nation of trials,
inconsciente
the
o...
majority is absolute justice. We are the will
Ha
of
regañado,
all.
vale.
Don't let them escape. We shall keep Navia here with us.
A ver, es que...
Mr. Malus and
es que
Mr.
vendes a
Silver.
Gaño, quiero decir.
Must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair
Estaba
and
pensando
just.
y incluyendo a Zhongli, yo creo que esos 3 son los mejores, ¿no?
After all that happened,
Ahora es
she
que
should
Raiden
not
es
be
la
left
peor.
alone in
Ah,
Poisson.
vale, que es... Vale.
What are you
Serán
saying?
ilusiones del agua.
No more excuses.
Igual
we're
no
jealous.
se terminan de
Jealous.
deshacer hasta que
How
no
could she possibly
aceptan
be an
el agua.
independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us. Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind?
Sí que ves por el agua, pero me hace mucha gracia cómo tienen de deformado el cuerpo.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been
¿De dónde ha
dreaming.
salido Nobileta ahora?
Luz and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Raiden está loca.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
Venti es muy divertido.
Paimon
Es verdad.
could give you a
Hacías metal y Florina me recuerda a ella. Qué horror, está difícil.
The ruins you were exploring suffered
Florina
a
me gusta
haven.
su personaje,
When I
aunque aún no
arrived, I
sepa
found
mucho
you
sobre
falling
ella,
toward
pero
the
lo
water.
poco que sé me gusta un montón.
You were just about to be
El
dissolved
resto,
within,
no sé,
but I...
excepto lo de Zhongli. A mí no me decepciona, no sé. Me gustaría que me expliques esa parte.
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Técnicamente no están muertos, simplemente ahora van a vivir por toda la eternidad siendo
Please come
oceánidos.
with me.
Lo cual es bastante horrible. Igual sería mejor que estuviesen muertos.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good.
Ah, bueno, no
I
sé.
have
A mí es
always
que eso me
worried that
gusta.
Sigewin
Y
would need a
también
lot of time
es
to
el
understand
único
the world of
personaje que puede
humanity,
petrificar. Yo
just
creo que
as
está
I
muy
have.
guay, ¿sabes? Es como muy único.
Hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that.
Hubiera algo más, tal vez me encantaría.
That you
No sé.
haven't been overwhelmed by all that's
Ya digo, a mí me
happened
parece
lately.
muy guay. Y me refería más al
Thank you.
al tipo Lore,
I have indeed been
más
busy
que
lately.
a lo que
I
hagan los
also hope
PJs
that
en
everything
sí.
is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neverlet,
Porque sí que hay sí que sé que hay gente
the swimmer, huh?
que por el tema de que como se
Yes,
quiso
of
quitar
course.
ahí del medio de no, que se ocupe mi gente y tal y no querer ayudar en nada, pues hay gente que eso le pareció mal y están como muy enfadados con Zhongli. Es como no has entendido al personaje en lo más mínimo, ¿verdad?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring
No,
the
eso
ruins
no
would
hubiera-
take very long, and who would have thought you'd
¿Pero
wrap
por
things
qué?
up so quickly?
Pero bueno. No, pero hablábamos de lo que nos gustan los arcontes de Genshin.
I'm sorry
Yo
to
creía
have
que en
kept you all
cuestión de
waiting like
lore,
that.
pero más en
I'm feeling
general al
much better
parecer.
now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Aquí es donde yo escondería un cofre, pero
Yes,
igual es demasiado
if you
escondido y la
wouldn't mind
gente
my
no
company.
buscaría. Pero yo lo escondería igualmente por putear.
Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
También imagínate crear todo este ambiente para que nadie vaya a pasar por aquí jamás.
Oh no!
Hostias.
Another unstable path! Watch your step!
No se suponía que tenía que ir por aquí aún, pero bueno. ¿Por qué no estoy pudiendo subir? ¿Por dónde? Ah, coño, que se va por ahí, vale. Mea culpa. El lore mi top sería Nacida, Only Raiden 20. 20 por debajo de Raiden. Hostia. Puta madre que me cago. Ay, me cago en Dios, en serio. No, tío, pero yo quería subir ahí. ¿Me lo reinicias? Creo que me he saltado un cacho. Porque ahora ya no me dejan ir ahí. Por algún motivo. Porque no me están dejando volver aquí. Me he saltado un cacho de la misión. Bueno. Ya tal. He roto el juego, para variar. Ay. Joder, ¿en serio? ¡Ah! ¿Estamos tontos? A ver, ya. Sí sé por qué, ¿no? Pero igualmente. Nobiletes para Furina. Eso sale en esta texto. Es que Nobilete es una nutria. Es el dragón, pero bueno. A ver, Nobilete. Pero ¿por qué se sube ahí? Vale. Mira, me da igual. Pero sí, Nobilete es una nutria canónicamente. Espero que no hubiese un cofre en el otro sitio que nos hemos saltado. Supongo que será una estancia exactamente igual que esta, así que no habría cofre ni nada. Porque no había cofre aquí, ¿verdad? Vale, pues una vez que pases me sorprende. Igualmente, qué mal diseñado, ¿no? Es como, si rodeas por ahí te puedes saltar esta sala. ¿A quién se le ocurrió eso? De verdad. Literalmente solo estaba explorando un poco. Mira un cofre. Yay. Espérate. Porque igual, dando vuelta por aquí, como hemos hecho antes, podemos saltarnos esta sala también. ¿Te imaginas? Mierda. Me lo merezco. Honestamente me lo merezco. Voy a probar ir por el otro lado. Me lo merezco. Si fuese con Kazuha. Mierda. Con Kazuha no tendría este problema. Porque no podría caerme. Mierda. Es que, aún a que falle un poquito ya cagué. Este 20 por debajo porque me lo rusé porque quería jugar con mi hermano. Igualmente las misiones de 20 son muy cortas, o sea... Es difícil no ruseárselas. Si comparas toda la duración de las misiones de 20, son básicamente la duración de una de las misiones de Nahida, por ejemplo. O de Furina. Me cago en... Pero que ya estaba ahí. Me he quitado media vida haciendo esa mierda. Yo creo que no se puede. O sea, no.
Stabilize.
There is no escape. I see everything.
Tenía que haberlo hecho en el otro lado. Me molesta mucho que cure tan poco, tan despacio, y solo al que está presente. Y luego gasta vida súper rápido de todos. Me parece muy mal balanceado eso, pero bueno. Al menos dura un montón activo, así que cura mucho. Te puedes quedar literalmente parada. Ya. Con el equipo de arcontes realmente, o sea, ya has visto. Te pones el escudo, pones la E de todos y ya está. Tiras para adelante. Uy. Con muchos equipos realmente te puedes quedar parado ya. Momento lore. Viene lo interesante. Bien, bien, bien. Una cosa que me di cuenta es que aunque uses el retrato de... Porque aquí, por ejemplo, la visión aquí cambia y el aspecto de Fulna, coño, cambia. Y eso. Pero aquí, el retrato de aquí no cambia. ¿Ves? Porque aquí está en lo negro. Pero aquí no cambia esto. Que sería un coñazo igual si tuviese que cambiar todo el rato. Pero se me hace raro igualmente que no cambie nunca. Vaya. Porque no me dejan investigar nada, tío. Me das un espacio súper grande y no puedo desviarme lo más mínimo, macho. Eso está muy feo por tu parte. Momento, Lori.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates?
Ah, mira la profecía.
It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
Algunos textos no
There are
pasan.
4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this...
Celestia, ¿no?
What is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Celestia, imagino que el
Is that
arconte.
Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
También, o sea, la gente del pasado sabía exactamente el aspecto que tenía Furino. O sea, eso da muy mal rollo.
Only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her
arconte que no
throne.
tengo es a Zhongli, se va a quedar. Pero si Zhongli es el mejor. No le sabes nada, ¿eh? Pobre Zhongli, tío. Hostia, es grande el mural, ¿eh? Hostia, parecía más pequeño.
More information should be hidden in these
Hostia,
slates,
imagino.
but
Se
I
viene
fear I
Capitán.
cannot easily uncover it.
Arconte.
Most likely
Yo
due
creo
to
que
us
sí, ¿eh?
missing the first slate.
Porque además la próxima arconte está basada en un personaje que siempre
Don't blame
muere.
yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Así que es muy posible que
Deciphering
Capitán no
ancient
mate al
stone
arconte.
slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Huh. That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Como yo dije, porque soy un
Egeria,
genio.
then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Sí, se
The
parece
previous
un
Archon
poco
kneeling
a...
before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin?
a las estatuas.
And if
Creo que
not,
son ella.
why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Sí, eso digo yo, literalmente esto. Vale. Su personaje jugable es en una tumba. De hecho, no, pero porque... ¿Habrá algún cofre más por aquí? Deberíamos igual echar un vistazo antes. No porque el título de la misión de Arconte, no sabría decir si es eso o qué, no sé. Pero el título de la región, por decirlo de alguna manera, es Oda de Resurrección o algo así, ¿sabes? Del tráiler este que sacaron de todas las naciones hace 3 años con Dainsleif y todo eso. Pues se llamaba así, la zona de Natlan. Oda de la Resurrección. Así que seguramente muera y la resucitemos de alguna forma o algo. No sé muy bien qué ocurra. ¿Te imaginas que veamos cómo es que se hereda el puesto de Arconte? Eso estaría muy guay también. La resurrección de un Arconte, no en el sentido de resucitar a ese mismo Arconte, sino resurrección del título de Arconte en sí. El Arconte es Jesucristo, pero esa iba a decir Najida. Esa es Furina, que camina sobre el agua.
Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Vale, pues esta
Are you really
mañana.
gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little
Pobre
scared
Furina, vaya bomba le vamos a tirar encima.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever.
Yo voy diciendo todo lo que se me
Don't
ocurre.
think you're in imposition. All right.
También sé un
I'll be on
poco
my way
alguna
then.
cosa, ¿sabes? Entonces, pues, no quiero decir mucho, pero sobre lo que sé tampoco lo sé exactamente. Entonces tampoco puedo decir mucho sobre eso, porque igual es incorrecto. ¿Sabes?
We're finally back!
Fíjate en Urlet, qué mal
Welcome
que
back.
entre las pruebas y
I've
tengo
got a
prioridades.
special menu prepared for you two
Eventualmente
tonight.
lo sacarás. Algún día.
And there's
No hay prisa tampoco.
Navi, no, the boss. is the best. Ooh, desserts. Nice. These are all Paimon's. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Ah, Mona. ¿Por qué está Mona aquí?
Voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two.
Creo que ya es un tercio, un cuarto
What are you doing in
Ah, pues ni tan mal. Vamos bien, entonces. ¿Esto era una misión o dos? Esto era una, ¿verdad? Si eso para el próximo día lo acabamos, entonces.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't
Que son
expect to
Levi
see you here.
¿Quiénes son
You're not a
Levi y
Fontainian,
Erwin?
are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the
走
city.
るソリよ風のように月見原をパドルパドル
Oli, Sombra, ¿cómo
Is
estás?
that because Magistus doesn't
Ni
sound
puta
much
idea
like a
de
Mondstadt
nada,
or
pero la
surname?
habilidad diferente son hermanos solo lo parece. Solo lo parece realmente, o sea, uno es el arconte y otro es un dragón, quiero decir, técnicamente tendrían que ser súper enemigos, ¿sabes?
Either way,
Porque
the old hag
literalmente
told me
uno
when
le
she took
es
me as her
como
disciple that the first step to being a
el
great
rey
astrologist's pupil
y
was
el
to
que
change
antes
that
era el
name.
rey pero que le dieron
nothing
80
for it,
espadazos en el pecho
She really
y
is
lo
amazing at
mataron, pero se
astrology,
quedó
so
vivo,
I changed my
pero le
name to
quitaron
what
la
it is
corona
now
y ahora no
according to
sirve
her
para
wishes.
nada, básicamente.
surprise,
Pero se lo
however,
quedaron como mascota.
Magistus is
Esa
not
es la
the name of
teoría,
some
pero por algún
ancient
motivo
house
se
or
llevan
clan.
bien.
It isn't?
Ay, la madre que te trajo.
Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Bastante bien. Bueno, me alegro. Estuve toda la tarde trabajando en vuestra comi.
Putting a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
Levi en japonés y
I reckon so.
¿Sí?
In any case,
Qué chulo,
I'd give my
tío.
disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take
Se
one.
parece en un Cristo. ¿Sí? No sé. Yo no sé. No soy capaz de verlos como hermanos, la verdad.
Astromancer Barbaloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice
¿Le
as
brilla
great
el
scholar of the
sombrero?
stars. Just
¿O
take
soy
it as
yo?
a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I
Me
traveled
encanta
with the
porque
old hag for a while.
esto lo han
after
tenido
which
que
I
hacer
settled down in
seguramente
Mondstadt City.
porque un montón de la gente del fandom de Genshin se creía que, por algún motivo, no sé, empezaron a pensar que Mona era de Fontaine y todo el mundo estaba convencidísimo que Mona era de Fontaine. Y han tenido que traer a Mona a decir, no, no soy de Fontaine, callaos la puta boca. O sea, me hace muchísima gracia.
The water, I mean.
Tengo ganas de hacer un curso en Minecraft. ¡Ok, Cermo! ¡Que vaya bien, chaito!
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to
Aunque sí
take
que le
part in a
pegaría
panel
mucho
and
ser de
speak about
Fontaine
the circulation
por
of
el
the
tema
prophecies and astrologists.
de ser una
The
astróloga,
invitation was sent
todo el
quite
tema
early on.
del agua
I
y
don't
tal.
think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Y que todo lo de Fontaine gira en torno a una profecía. Es como que todo encaja
Your
muy
word would
bien,
go
¿no?
a long way to make things more certain
Es muy
and less
irónico.
scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Ultivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing as always!
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontainian friends will thank us someday.
Vale, podemos ir a hablar con Furina, me da mucha curiosidad.
Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Joder, coño. Me encanta que le hayan puesto algo de eco. A mí lo del eco, la verdad es que me revienta un poco, o sea... Escucharlo un ratito está bien, pero si tuviese que escucharlo todo el rato, toda la misión fuese ahí, igual le daban un poco por culo.
You're here, finally.
Se escucha bastante mal. ¿Qué pasa?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Pero bueno.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
Ahora que
I
lo
will say
pienso,
this
Neuvillette
once
tiene
more.
su
You must tell me
oficina.
everything you know.
Pero... ¿Furina
Yesterday,
dónde?
I found
¿Dónde
3
se supone
stone
que
slates in some
está?
ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
O sea, ¿tienen casa
Seriously?
siquiera?
You're questioning me like this is a court
¿Dónde
case
viven
now.
estos?
I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Me encanta cómo se despide.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She...
Uy, he cortado a Paimon.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed! Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
La van a interrogar ahora en la ópera.
Like what?
Porque es lo que pasaba en el tráiler,
Normally,
¿no?
people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Ay, mis muertos.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Me estoy poniendo tensa.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do.
Se han escondido en el
Sit and
barco
enjoy a
de...
leisurely time together.
de Poisson.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know?
Care for a cup?
Qué perros, ¿no?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Cazando.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So,
Fontaine está como jodidísima, ¿no? O sea, tienen un mar que les mata, monstruos, ¿algo más? No sé, o sea, tienen una nación literalmente diseñada para matarlos.
Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Pero ¿y todo esto de la caza para qué es? Porque creí que se iba a referir a algo de acorralar a la presa para referirse a Furina o algo. Pero se están yendo como muy por las ramas, ¿no?
I fear I do not
Tipo,
have any
literalmente
related
caza.
experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Vale. O sea, se han pasado como 15 minutos explicando una metáfora y luego han explicado lo que de verdad querían decir en 3 líneas de texto. Sin voz ni nada en una pantalla negra. Bueno. Vale. Va, ¿podemos ir al juicio? Creo que siempre lo digo, pero esta zona me recuerda un montón a los barrios bajos del primer mundo del Star Rail.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Sí, un poco. ¿Quién está hablando?
You are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's
Igual es
disciple
alguna de
on
las
whim.
brujas, del círculo de brujas estas. Sí, eso, de la Aquelarre, exactamente.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Lo de... Lo que ha dicho de...
What is she talking
Where
about?
the gods gaze does not fall.
Impressive and important.
Eso lo decían en el tráiler en alguna parte,
It
pero
also
no sé
sounds
dónde.
kinda scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
No sé qué pista ha sido esa.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming! Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her.
A ver, que los dioses tuviesen puntos ciegos tendría sentido de por qué repartirían visiones precisamente, ¿sabes? Para cubrir esos puntos ciegos.
Whoa, the Hexen Zirkel sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about
Hola,
that.
Mati, ¿cómo
The
estás?
moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by
bueno, es que no sé
coincidence.
cuánto te hayas perdido, pero vimos unos murales en los que hablaban sobre la profecía y tal. Y le preguntamos a Furina sobre ello. Y Furina se negó a hablar, así que estamos planeando tenderle una trampa para que nos cuente. Y vamos a ir ahora, en teoría. Creo, no sé, nos están dando a hacer 1000 vueltas antes de poder ir a hablar con Furina. Pero eso, estamos intentando ir a poder tender la trampa y que nos cuente de una vez por todas qué se supone que pasa con la profecía. Porque se supone que ella está planeando una cosa para impedirla, pero no os quiere decir el qué. Pero la gente se va a morir si su plan no funciona, ¿sabes? Entonces nos conviene saber si su plan de verdad va a funcionar o no.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report, a blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress.
Yo creo que más o menos, pues, eso... No sé, ya digo, estábamos explorando las ruinas y encontramos eso.
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
Y llevamos un buen rato dando vueltas. O sea, está viendo un montón de relleno por ningún motivo. Hace, yo que sé, media hora que podríamos haber ido al juicio con Furina.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time. Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in. Let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Debería ser clarísima esa tarta, ¿no?
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well,
se refiere a la
Paimon
profecía,
doesn't
¿no?
know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Ah.
These 2 slices are for you.
Vale, creí que nos le iba a
This kind
quitar.
of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Creí que se iba a llevar la tarta para mañana y para pasado. Y digo, pero nuestra tarta.
She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Qué mona.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Comida igual a felicidad, literalmente. Pero sí que es verdad, tú comes algo rico y te pones feliz.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Me encantan las melusinas, tío, es que son súper monas. ¿Por qué no sacan peluches de melusinas? O melusinas reales, a las que les pueda dar pat-pat y apachos.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Like a rock.
Muy buenas, Anubis. Bienvenido a la Marisma. ¿Cómo
You're
estás?
almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
Pero si nos la hemos encontrado de casualidad, ¿no?
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
¿Al mar? ¿Pero por qué estamos dando toda esta vuelta en vez de ir directamente al juicio?
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Supongo, no.
You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Es que es como que lo están... no la trampa en sí, sino la situación. La están construyendo mucho y me están poniendo muy tensa. No puedo. Además de que no va a dar tiempo a hacerlo hoy. Y toda la tensión que están construyendo ahora mismo no va a servir de nada, porque el próximo día no la voy a tener.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Para mí es nueva, no he visto toda la 4.2, pero gran parte sí.
But it's still better than the fortress
¿La has
of
visto a
Meripede,
cachos,
that's for
entonces?
sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still
Eso es
here.
raro.
Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
A ver, que si has visto lo importante, pues casi que mejore, porque esto literalmente es todo
Yes,
relleno.
I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillac sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow and protests against the
Pero no
Hydro
íbamos a
Archon
hacer
started to
eso
break
nosotros de
out.
forma más
So people
calmada,
have started to put
¿no?
the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
A ver, tiene
I
sentido que
agree.
hayan estallado ahora con todo el tema de
Naturally
Pozo,
rely on
también te
gods,
digo.
as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Oye, pues si viste las mejores partes, mejor. Así te saltas todos los rollos estos de vamos a dar una vuelta por la ciudad y ponernos dramáticos con el sol va a explotar en 5 millones de años.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Porque esa mirada tan sassy, ¿qué pasa?
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose.
Hola, Galaxy, ¿cómo estás? Pues no sé cómo has sabido que iría aquí, la verdad. Cansado de convivir con gente. Pero aún no son fechas de Navidad, de verdad. No sé por qué os están obligando a convivir con gente tan pronto.
All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. What can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Ah, entiendo. Tiene sentido. También, por estas fechas hay muchas cenas de empresa. Eso es verdad.
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Cuando leí lo de la oficina creí que ibas a tirar por ahí.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
¿Ah?
Farina, those
¿Ves?
people seem to be after you.
¿Ves? ¿Ves?
They are...
Mi papi, por ejemplo, tuvo
Just
cena de
some
empresa
rabid fans who want
este
to cut
viernes.
the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Apenas llegó una comida familiar. Eso sí que se me hace más raro, porque normalmente, igual que Nuls, pero Nuls pues tenía cumple y tal. Pero no sé, las comidas familiares están tan cerca del tema Navidad y tal. Hacer comidas familiares ahora me parece un poco abusivo. Pero bueno.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine, fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Lo bueno, Galaxy, es que ya acabó la semana. Así que puedes descansar, supongo, ¿no? Quiero decir, no creo que tengas muchas más comidas. No van a abusar tanto, ¿no?
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an...
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
En mi casa no me sacan hasta el lunes.
can't be.
Bien dicho, así me
It's
gusta.
happening again?
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now.
Bueno.
I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
¿Nos lo va a contar? ¿Oh? Nos van a interrumpir. ¿O no lo va a hacer? Ya. Me lo imaginaba. Era demasiado bonito para ser verdad. ¿Ah? ¿Ah?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
Me esperaba cualquier cosa menos esto. Literalmente nos lo habría contado, o sea, completamente innecesario. Vale.
Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Paulina le da 80 vueltas a cualquiera de estos, pero vale.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
O podríamos haber esperado un momento a que me contase qué pasaba y luego haber abierto el barco. Eso habría sido muchísimo más práctico.
Took over the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
No son muy
Also,
listos.
even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court
yo,
asks
¿no?
the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Ya, para variar.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Es que son tontos, o sea, es que no saben esperar.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
Me gustaría que me explicasen cómo coño han llevado el barco aquí.
Since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all they needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson
No, pero
by
yo solo
yourself.
quería saber.
So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait.
Ah, lo del
there.
barco. Vale.
So, you mean... The ones
No, a ver, sí,
who
técnicamente
scoured
es
the
un
settlement
hechicero, ¿no?
for
Pero
me were
es un
also
mago.
from the Spina.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first
Sí, o sea,
performed
pero
at
eso
the
tiene
Opera
sentido porque
Epiclese,
eso tiene
the
raíles.
volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas.
Pero es que han
Its cargo,
construido
of course,
unos raíles
was
desde
an Archon instead of a human.
cruzando todo el
My
mar.
thanks,
Es que no
Farina.
entendéis todo lo
Without
que han
your help,
hecho
we could never have pulled off
en
such
una
an
tarde,
extraordinary
que no tiene
performance.
sentido.
You're
Que es
welcome.
absurdo.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth
Vale,
spent
me
a
callo,
massive
perdón.
amount of labor
Olvidaba
in
que son
Mora to pull
fatuis y
this
tienen
off.
como toda la tecnología
We
del
had to
universo.
select a
Vale.
location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
Pues sí,
It
básicamente.
wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. All so that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine
Pero
would
Furina es
accept
súper
a duel
fuerte, o
with
sea,
an
no sé por
Archon
qué...
without flinching.
¿Por qué no iría directamente al
Thank
duelo
you.
y ya está?
As
Puede
for
perfectamente
you,
contra Chlorine.
Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me
No sé.
distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument! Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Vale.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Durante la primera actuación, la Pera, Lini y Linnet se encontraron involucrados en un misterioso asesinato, aunque posteriormente fueron absueltos en las acusaciones en su contra. Su verdadera identidad como agentes de la Casa de la Hoguera quedó al descubierto.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Resulta que la gente de Fontaine puede ser disuelta por el agua del mar primigenio. Bacher secuestró y disolvió a muchas jóvenes para sus experimentos con el fin de encontrar una forma de traer de vuelta a su esposa que había sido disuelta.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
A pesar de que Neuvillette creía que Noville era inocente, al final la analizadora lo declaró culpable y ni siquiera Furina sabía por qué.
A Fatui Harbinger.
Es verdad, aún no sabemos por qué Child era culpable. Durante la reunión diplomática con Arlequino, ella confesó que ya había investigado a Furina por su cuenta. Se cuestionó si Furina realmente era el arconte y si estaba sufriendo algún tipo de maldición.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
La entrada al mar primigenio está sellada en el área prohibida del fuerte Merópide. Y recientemente el mar primigenio ha estado a punto de desbordarse. Se pudo contener temporalmente gracias al poder de Neuvillette.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
En tu sueño viste a Neuvillette flotando en el mar y a una ballena indescriptiblemente colosal. No es tan grande realmente. Creo. Es bastante grande. Igual sí es grande. No sé. Mientras exploraban las ruinas cerca de Poisson, estas empezaron a derrumbarse y Navia cayó al mar que contenía agua del mar primigenio. Lo raro es que, bueno, es que estaba Neuvillette ahí por algún motivo. ¿Por qué estaba Neuvillette ahí? No me he enterado. Gracias a la protección de 2 miembros ya fallecidos de Espina de Rosolo no se disolvió. Y pues sí, claro, ellos la protegieron. Pero ¿por qué coño estaba Neuvillette allí? ¿Sabes? No sé. ¿Cuándo le hemos contado esto? Bueno, se lo hemos contado a Mona. ¿Mona ha hablado con Charlotte? La bruja N se comunicó contigo a través de tu conciencia. Ella cree que la profecía ocurrirá, pero no hay que perder la esperanza. Vale.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon.
¿El prota habla?
Did I hear that right?
Hola, mijito, ¿cómo estás? En todos lados. Es verdad. O sea, es que literalmente aparece donde se le necesita. Es omnipresente.
Do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
Sí, ¿no?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born.
El prota tiene como 10 líneas en todo el juego. No habla más. O sea, le pagan para nada. Es absurdo.
Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Sí, literal, o sea, es que Paimon habla en vez del prota y no entiendo por qué. Paimon es literalmente insoportable. No sé, tío. No entiendo esa jugada por parte de mi joyo.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender.
De eliminarla del juego, literalmente, o sea, opción, Paimon o el prota, y ya está, o sea. Pero si al prota le estás pagando igual, ¿sabes? O sea, me encantaría tener un trabajo de actriz de doblaje como tienen. Es que encima tienen a 2 actores de doblaje que no están haciendo nada. Farina en especial, pues el espectáculo que monta, ¿no? A ver, puedo seleccionar como 2 cosas, ¿no? ¿Esto? Tipo, me estás dejando elegir 3 cosas. Una está relacionada con Furina, la otra es de Child y la otra no sé ni qué tenía que ver. Es verdad, la maldición, cierto.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervylette?
Hostia, ¿en serio?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
O sea que, espérate. Nervylette jamás ha estado en contacto con otro arconte que no sea Furina.
Well,
Estamos tontos. Ha vivido 500 años con Furina, pero nunca ha ido a encontrarse con otro arconte. Jamás ha salido de Fontaine. Tipo, Inazuma es una región cerrada, pero, por ejemplo, Liyue y Mondstadt siempre están en contacto.
That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Hostia puta, pero estás enfermo. Ay, no, coño, ¿qué me han preguntado? Ocupado con... Eso es verdad, pero le ocupan tantísimo tiempo como para no poder nunca irse a otro sitio. Demuestran que Furina no es quien controla la analizadora, que no tenía ni puta idea de qué pasó con Nobile. Muy buenas, Josh, bienvenido a la marisma. Oliwi, ¿cómo estás? Que no tenía ni idea de qué pasó en este juicio.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Soy AR60 desde hace más de un año ya. Llevo jugando desde que salió el juego.
While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
No es realmente tan difícil subir a R60.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead
no, pero no han dicho el nombre completo.
The manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A ver, no es tan difícil usar el elemento hidro. Puedes hacerlo, ¿no?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah,
Sí, un poco,
no
¿no?
matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Ya. Es que
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
no sé. No tiene siquiera la gnosis.
Hey, come
¿Sabes?
now, everyone. Please Don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same
Claro,
Furina
pero es
you
que
knew,
lo que están
right?
implicando aquí
The
es
one
que
that you
la visión ahora
loved.
mismo no la tiene.
Shouldn't
Porque
you want to believe
es una diosa, entonces no necesita la visión.
You've got to believe
Pero
me.
no tiene gnosis.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another
sé dónde
Hydro
está, es
Archon's
que me
existence,
spoileé
nor
esto.
can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not
Ah, pero papi. Oh, gracias. Gracias por la suco, pero no hacía falta. Oh. Si Furina es humana, entonces... Que Furina es humana. La disolvemos
Lícate claro.
para demostrar que es humana.
Dice. Culpa de Cats X Wirwick.
¿Pero por qué sería culpa? ¿Por qué? Esto no me tiene sentido, la verdad. Y por
Lícate
ninguna de
claro.
las opciones que dan.
Dice. Para que se haga canoneisia y tu ama es feliz.
Bueno, si hace feliz a mami, entonces me parece bien. Que Furina es humana. Esto no tiene nada que ver. Esto no creo que tengan nada que ver. Es que aquí hay tres cosas que hablan sobre el mar primigenio. Luego hay una cosa que no tiene nada que ver. Luego hay dos cosas que son recientes. ¿Voy a decir esta? Me parece la más razonable. ¿No? Vale. Esta yo creo. La siguiente más razonable. ¿No? Esta, como sea la de Lainey, la de Lainey me mata. Vale. La de Bacher. ¿La vamos a disolver?
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions.
¿La vamos a amenazar con disolverla? Como si fuese una bruja.
Please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Yo Furina sí tiene visión desde antes. Yo creo que ahora mismo no tiene visión, porque si no simplemente habría usado un poco el poder hidro y habría demostrado que es una diosa. Ahora mismo no tiene ningún tipo de forma de controlar hidro. Lisa Cruz, ¿cómo estás? A mí mira. Ok, pues descansa, chaito.
So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. The Spina has governed
Podríamos haber
Poisson for
empezado
many
por
years.
esto también, nos
I
habríamos
guess her
ahorrado todo el
suggestion is
juicio.
valid.
if Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's
No, pero no
probably
me suena. No,
Fontaine
pero,
like all the rest of us.
pero a ver,
Would she
claramente ahora
really
no
dare
tiene,
to
¿sabes?
try?
Es que si no lo habría usado, básicamente. Ah, ¿cómo? Pero, ¿cómo? Claramente no puedes hacer eso, no hagas eso.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Pueden usar poderes. Pueden usar poderes si tienen una visión, pero si no tiene gnosis y no tiene... Me refiero, si es una diosa, sí. Pero si es una humana que no posee la gnosis y no tiene una visión, no puede usar poderes hidro. ¿Sabes?
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here!
Vale,
I haven't been
no sé cómo
dissolved.
explicar eso.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this
Igual
water.
su maldición
Was this not the most
incluye...
obvious thing in the world?
Esto.
Miss Siegwin,
Por algún
if you are
motivo,
present, Miss Siegwin, please
es
come
una
forward and attend
oceanidad
to
de
the
alguna
defendant.
manera. No sé. ¿Y por eso no le afecta?
Don't be nervous.
¿Qué pasa
It'll
con
just
esta hora?
take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegwin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a
Pero no
similar
se ha disuelto,
concentration.
¿no?
Thank you, Miss Siegwin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Pero no entiendo.
What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
No lo estoy entendiendo.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off
Vale, o
chance
sea,
that something
literalmente se habría
entirely
muerto ahora mismo.
unexpected might occur.
Joder, vale.
Anyone else to
Sí
lose
que es
their life to
cabezona la
the
hija de
sea.
puta, vale.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
¿Te imaginas ahora se sacan a 20 de la
If I
nada?
was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Técnicamente afecta a gente de Fontaine, así que si el arconte es de Fontaine...
Anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Yo creo que en las pruebas debería ser consistente.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
No lo sé, o sea, yo creo que el hecho de que no pueda usar hidro es la única prueba que necesitaban, honestamente. Que no pueda usar hidro, que se niegue a luchar. Lo del Marte lo puedo comprar, que le afecte, porque yo que sé, es de Fontaine igual.
As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Como en la profecía.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Ah. Pues ya lo sabía, creo, ¿no? Esto salía en el tráiler, pero igualmente.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Sí, me he dado cuenta de que acusan al Arconte de muerte. Y no es el Arconte en teoría, sí.
Vengo a ver tu reacción final, pero me tengo que ir a dormir.
No, o sea, voy a llegar hasta que me dejen irme, básicamente, pero
Buenas
no.
noches.
Descansa, guajo, Chaito, buenas noches. Pero lo de... Es que no quería hablar en este momento. Pero lo de que los arcontes son dioses en cuerpos humanos, no. Porque, o sea, Nahida sí está en su cuerpo de diosa, aunque sea una reencarnación o algo así. Raiden es un muñeco, sí. Pero Zhongli y Venti son ellos mismos, pero con otras formas distintas. Tipo, siguen siendo dioses, no están en el cuerpo de un humano, ¿sabes? O al menos eso es lo que yo tengo entendido. Ponga Arconte Hydro y no Furina.
Guaji.
No entiendo las diferencias de
Dice,
estas frases.
el problema es que no te van a dejar hasta ya casi el final.
¡Hostia! Bueno, pues nos quedamos aquí toda la noche, supongo.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive,
Joder, bueno,
the very
no
point
pasa
of our
nada.
trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Ah, ya estoy cerca del final. Ah, creí que quedaba bastante. Ah, bueno, no pasa nada.
Excuse
Como
me.
me dijeron hace como una hora, así que iba por un cuarto o un tercio, pues creí que quedaría mucho más.
Is the
Ya
trial
te
still
queda
going?
poco más o menos.
Ah, bueno, pues está
You
bien.
finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Como la última vez que me quedaba poco, me quedaban aún 2 horas. ¿Sabes?
En 50 min aprox te dejan salir.
La puta que te trajo, eso no es poco.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Ah. ¿Qué es eso?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous
O sea que
stretches of
Freminet
water.
la robó y por eso no la encontramos, ¿o qué pasó?
But has the trial already concluded?
Dice.
Then
Suerte.
doesn't
vi
that
tu
mean I've
reacción
come too late?
Vale.
Oh no.
Descansa, guajo, chaito.
Father will be disappointed in me.
Thank you for your hard work,
Wahi.
Mr. Freminet.
Dice.
Please allow me to review the
No
record
Freminet
left on the
fue
slate.
enviado a buscar la faltante.
¿La primera o la quinta? Porque me daba la impresión, como estaban organizadas, que igual serían 5.
We'd like you to come here and confirm their
Bye.
contents.
Bye.
Wahi. Dice. La primera.
Vale. Nada, eran fumadas mías. Usando su poder divino.
I believe I've now made
Sí, eso
sense
lo
of the
sabíamos,
Hydro
¿no?
Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Creo que me acuerdo, no pasa nada. Para extraer de ellas la información clave. Entre los incidentes apuntados en el manual de la entrevista encuentras situaciones relacionadas con las imágenes de la placa para corroborar su veracidad. De los incidentes en la entrevista... ¿Cómo? El nivel del agua de la fuente de la interfaz aumentará conforme avance el progreso de la corroboración. Cuando corrobores la veracidad de todas las placas se revelará la veracidad de la profecía. Esto parece una interfaz de LOL.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Vale.
Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this
Claro,
process
o sea...
can be reversed as well.
O sea, yo lo que estoy entendiendo aquí, que es lo que estaba pensando antes, es que la Egeia se llama la original, no lo sé. La Arconte original, la primera, no Furina, la primera Arconte convirtió a las Oceánidas en humanos de alguna forma, ¿vale? No sé cómo. Y eso enfadó a Celestia porque por algún motivo ella no podría tener humanos, supongo, ¿no? Y hizo que las aguas de Fontaine fueran el mar primigenio y ese mar primigenio al entrar en contacto con los humanos hiciese que volviese para atrás y volviesen a convertirse en oceánidas. Y de ahí vendría lo de que echasen a Egeria y al venir Furina tratase de proteger a los humanos de que no entrasen en contacto con el mar primigenio y que los humanos siguiesen siendo humanos y echar a las oceánidas. Por eso es que dijeron, si os acordáis, cuando aún estábamos en Monsat y Liyue, lo que sabíamos de la oceánida es que era un bicho que había huido de Fontaine porque la actual Arconte Hidro había echado a las oceánidas de Fontaine porque la Arconte Hidro ya no quería, la actual Arconte Hidro ya no quería tenerlas cerca. Entonces igual había echado a las oceánidas porque las oceánidas, como hemos visto, querían atraer a Navia para que fuese una de ellas. ¿Se entiende? Entonces igual las oceánidas lo que hacen es atraer a los humanos al mar primigenio para que vuelvan a ser oceánidas. Esa es mi teoría, básicamente. Ya he leído lo de Venti, pero es que Barbatos tomó la forma de Bardo que muerto. Sí, claro. Quiero decir, no es un humano, pero tomó la forma de su amigo muerto, sí. Y Zhongli pues va tomando la forma que le va apeteciendo en cada momento. Vale, ¿eso quiere decir que la gente de Fontaine se transformó en humanos? La pregunta será en qué proceso... Sí, es reversible.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Claro.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Sí, Navia se cayó.
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Vale. Una placa de piedra profética... Vale, su imagen parece retratar al anterior arconte Hidro usando su poder divino, tras lo cual las oceánidas se convirtieron en personas. Suelta por el agua del mar primigenio. Culpable. Buah, es que no tengo ni idea. ¿Puedo ir haciéndolas en... Vale, sí, en el orden que yo quiera. Eso es mejor. De su pueblo arrodillados mientras la miran. Aún así parece que Celestia los castigó. Lo de caer, yo creo que podríamos ir directamente con Navia.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Claro, o sea, cuando caen al agua, pues eso, la gente que los rodea son las oceánidas. Y si te convencen, pues te conviertes en oceánida y si no, pues igual te libras o algo. Pero siempre te convencen, no lo sé. No logro entenderlo. Casi la perfección final, se disolverá. El mar solo quedará el arconte Hidro sentado en su trono. Esto es lo de la pena de muerte, imagino, ¿no? Vale, pues no. Parecía como muy obvio. Pero no. Igual se refiere a esto, lo que la bruja que decía que sí se cumpliría. No, vale, pues yo que sé, todo lo que parecía obvio no lo es. Mientras miran a Super Celestia los castigó. Se disuelta el mar primigenio. ¿Y esto es reversible? ¿Puede ser esto con esto?
We know
Vale.
from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Vale. No lo entiendo muy bien, tipo... No sé, no nos han dicho nada que no supiésemos ya. El origen de la gente de Fontaine. Pero esto es al revés. Es que no lo sé, pero bueno, vale. Flotando en el cielo, el arconte Hidro y su pueblo arrodillados mientras la miran. Así parece que Celestia los castigó. Lo declaró culpable. Parece que encaja muy bien con el lo castigó. Pero es que Child encaja tan mal en todo. Entrada al mar primigenio. Neuvillet. Neuvillet no encaja con nada. A mí no parece que encaje. Pero Neuvillet debería encajar aquí. Neuvillet o Child encajan aquí, porque los otros dos lo hemos descartado. Y si Child me parece que encajase aquí, pues tendría que ser Neuvillet en el otro. Ah, bueno, lo declaró culpable también podría encajar aquí. Bueno, no lo sé. Que la profecía ocurrió, pero que no hay que perder la esperanza. Y el arcante Hidro es culpable y se le condena a pena de muerte. Esto es culpable, igual podría ir aquí. Vale.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Igual lo he interpretado al revés y aquí es donde va a ir. Vale, no. Neuvillet va aquí. Sí, porque no queda otra puta pista. Básicamente.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But
Ah,
not
bueno,
many
claro,
people believed
porque
it
es
at
lo
first.
del
The
mar
fortress of
primigenio que está
Meropide was
contenido.
nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve.
Y es lo que va a hacer que la profecía se
Seems
cumpla.
increasingly likely
Tiene
that the
sentido.
prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
Vale.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
No. ¿O sí?
Navia fell into the
No lo
water
sé.
inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Vale, pero ya lo sabíamos, ¿no? Tipo, sabíamos que la profecía se iba a cumplir, o sea... ¡No nos están diciendo nada nuevo! Me matan.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Que la gente de Fontaine no es realmente humana. Vale, todas las dos
Lenny,
estas son,
did you hear that?
son lo mismo.
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to
¿Y
Navia,
por qué no Vacher se convirtió en una oceanida él mismo y ya estaba con su esposa y se ahorraba todo el rollo y ya
all
está?
of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image
Pero han
here just
intentado
like when
juzgar a otro
Navia fell
arconte,
into the
quiero decir, ha habido dos, ¿sabes? Es que están como pasando por alto completamente el hecho de que hubo un arconte hidro y luego hubo otra.
falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Y no entiendo por qué.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into
Tampoco
the
nos han
waters,
explicado por qué
and
hubo un
only
cambio de
the
arconte.
Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions.
Egeria
I
murió en el
must
carro.
say,
Vale.
given how much you still don't know,
No me
it is
acordaba yo de eso,
impressive
no
that
sé
you
cuándo lo
already
dijeron,
managed to connect so
pero
many
me
pieces of
faltaba
the
que lo
truth.
dijeron. Pero es que lo
However,
están omitiendo como
though you were
muchísimo.
able to
Están
decode all
contando
the
como que
information
Furina
on the slates,
es la que hizo
they've
todo
also
eso.
been etched with an additional layer of
O por lo menos a
hidden
mí me está dando la
information
impresión
using
de
a
que
different
lo
power
están
source.
contando así. Igual
When
soy
we were
yo,
at
no
the
lo
ruins,
sé.
I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Vale, pero Furina sigue sentenciada a muerte. ¿Lo estamos olvidando? Bueno, Furina técnicamente no, pero...
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
El segundo arconte supuestamente era Furina, pero se ha confirmado en el juicio que no ha habido segundo arconte.
Your hypotheses regarding the
¿Cómo que
origin
no?
of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water
También
from the
te digo,
primordial
toda la
sea,
historia de Fontaine
the power within
nos la
their bodies
spoilearon
would
en el
escape these
evento
artificial
anterior a
restraints
Fontaine.
and return to the sea. As a result,
Quiero decir,
their forms
la
would collapse,
protagonista era una
and they would be
humana,
reverted
una
to their
oceánida
original
que se
forms
convertía
as
en humana.
Oceanids.
Mi joyo,
Of
por
course,
favor.
the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So you... We were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontaine.
Sí, pero si ha habido segundo
But
arconte.
it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was
Quiero
inaccurate.
decir, Egeria
The slates'
murió sí o
respective
también, ¿sabes?
positions
Furina
are,
sea...
in fact, correct.
Si Egeria murió, Furina sea el arconte. ¿O no tiene que haber un arconte? No lo sé, no lo sé.
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others.
También no
who
entiendo
intended
si
to hold
las
a trial
oceánidas
to determine
querían
her
ser
fate.
humanas, ¿por qué las oceánidas de los
Therefore,
juicios estos
the meaning of
insisten
the
en
3rd
que
slate
vuelvan a
is
ser oceánidas las
that the
personas?
people
No
of
tiene
Fontaine
sentido.
shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now.
Yo no, me he
So,
perdido muy fuerte.
What you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Okay. Ay, que no me hagas esto, que quiero saber, no que
This
me
eruption
hagas
was just a small
decirte.
warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
No entiendo. Es muy probable que la catástrofe vaticinada por la profecía comience en este lugar. Se encontraron involucrados en este misterioso asesinato agentes de la Casa de la Hoguera. No creo. Lo declaro culpable. ¡Oh, mierda! La puta ballena. Sufriendo algún tipo de maldición. La puta ballena de mierda. Me cago en la
It was
puta.
both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
¿Y qué es la ballena? O sea, ¿qué es eso? ¿Qué hace?
The truth, the original sin, the trial,
¿El pecado
and
original
the
es la
root cause
ballena?
of the disaster.
Ah, vale, no. Es el origen de la catástrofe, vale. Oh, mierda. Ah, bueno. No la habíamos contenido. ¿Qué mierda hace aquí? ¿Ves cómo no eran tan grandes? No, las personas inocentes. Hostia, Chai. Hostia, ¿qué equipo tengo? Ay, mierda, tenía que haberme puesto el equipo de ser. Yo creí que me darían un espacio o algo. No que habría tantísimo de seguido. Qué manera de cagar. Oliwi, ¿cómo te encuentras? Está hecho mierda, o sea.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that
Yo tengo una pregunta. ¿Eso lo van a reparar o se va a quedar el boquete para siempre ahí? ¿Cómo funcionan las brechas en el
I
continuo
understand very well
espacio-tiempo?
why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Pero si está consumiendo el
Once
mar
it has finished
primigenio, ¿por qué
consuming
subiría el
all of
nivel
the
del mar?
energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, She filled their blood vessels with
Se va a
primordial
comer a la
seawater.
gente. Ah, claro, por eso
Precisely.
intenta comérselos.
That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
Tiene sentido.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
Hostia.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
¿Y cómo ha llegado ahí, Child? Quiero decir. Estaba en la prisión y desapareció de la prisión. ¿En qué momento entró? En la brecha.
Now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
¿Por?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it.
No me
At
van a
this
dejar
point,
irme así sin
it has
más, no
become
con ese
practically
boquete ahí
integrated with the
gigantesco,
sea itself.
¿verdad? No creo.
Even
no
if
tiene
the
pinta.
entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall?
Eso es literalmente Kaenri, o
Fate
sea.
shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
¿Me están hablando de Kaenri o qué? Uy, mierda, he cortado a la bruja. No lo estoy entendiendo. ¿Cómo? Si lo hubiesen dejado un poco más y nos hubiese contado.
What's happening with the oratory?
Ah, claro, igual el indemnitium este que estaban almacenando.
It is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Ah, o igual solo van a matar a Furina. Bueno.
Furina! No, I still need answers.
Otro plano mental. Ah. A ver, a ti ya te conocía, ¿no? Te he visto 1000 veces en TikTok, pero no sé exactamente quién eres.
You.
¿Y esa voz?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Bueno.
The plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Qué manera de romperlo.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Vale, técnicamente puedo salir, pero igual si salgo tengo que repetirlo todo desde cero, así que voy a continuar igualmente. Puedo subir por aquí, ¿verdad? Vale. ¿Mi error? ¿Cuál fue tu error? No sé de cuándo es ese mensaje, también te digo, pero...
Oh,
Nos estamos
who
alargando
permitted you
muchísimo,
to
pero
come
bueno.
onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Vale, apagamos la cámara, ¿no? Facilito.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ah, no puedo en combate, mierda.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Yoo-hoo!
Pensaba que no había una segunda contenedor, pero esa era Fosa los medios. Sí, pero es que tenía que haber porque, pues eso, Geria murió en el cataclismo. Yo no sabía cuándo murió, pero se había muerto, tenía que tener una sustituta. Y eso, o sea, vale, Furina no era un arconte, vale. Pero alguien tenía que ser el arconte, vaya. ¿Mm? Yo.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be
Técnicamente,
washed
si se
away.
cumpliese la profecía, Furina también se disolvería. Y la que se quedaría llorando sería Fósalos.
What's going on? I can't
Pues
seem
llevamos
to remember
con esta
anything
misión
clearly.
sin que me dejen
The
parar
only thing I
como
know for sure is
una
this
hora y media
prophecy.
ya, aproximadamente.
Will it really come to pass?
No, pero ¿qué pasó, Rowlet?
Yes,
Oliwi,
it
por
will.
cierto, ¿cómo estás?
And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There
bueno.
is no
Eso
escaping
siempre me
it.
gusta, también te digo.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like
Claro,
them.
es que es eso.
Will I dissolve too?
Claro, Furina también moriría.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Si lo hubiese sabido, había empezado a las 9. También te
So
digo.
there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy.
Me acabo de dar cuenta de que ahora no tiene las coletas.
Should your identity be revealed,
Me lleva un rato.
then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this.
So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Vale. Ahora sí tengo las coletitas. ¿Adquirió las coletitas cuando hizo el trato? Tal vez. Porque las coletitas son como el pelo que tiene la diosa. Bueno, a ver, que técnicamente ya era la diosa de antes, ¿no? Pero es que no sé muy bien cómo se explica eso, ¿no? Porque quiero decir, los ojos son más resaltantes, por ejemplo. Pero el pelo es lo que se ilumina cuando usa los poderes.
Has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know.
No solo sí, con el modo blanco, sí, pero me refiero. ¿Cuál es el lore detrás de que pueda cambiar entre modos? ¿Sabes?
Ladies and gentlemen,
sé cómo funciona en forma de gameplay.
And welcome to
¿Pero y el lore?
Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
Pobrecita.
Ask me. Perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? This is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality. It's quite shocking.
Claro, o sea, por eso me pregunto si su lado humano es como el que no tiene coletas y el lado arconte es el que sí, ¿sabes? Porque el lado humano, tipo el lado oscuro, tiene visión pero el otro no.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor
Pero no
for
sé, porque
justice.
técnicamente
We have heard
es
it
una
said that
humana
this
en
nation's
ambos
sins
sentidos,
can no
siempre.
longer be washed away.
Así que se me hace muy raro, es que no
I
sé.
say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Bien, viva, viva. Acto 3. ¿Cuántos actos habrá? ¿5? ¿Cómo hay en la historia? Porque este era el quinto también. A ver, ¿qué es esto?
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the
No,
ability to
no, que
grasp
vas.
your divine thought,
Literalmente
Lady
tengo apagada la opción de que Streamlabs haga eso y aún así lo sigue haciendo. O sea,
Do your duties.
estoy incluso por banear al puto bot.
It will come one day.
A sentarse en el sofá.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good.
Purina es una
Very
diosa
good.
genial, o sea, no
If this
sé.
should happen again
Lo
in the
hizo
future,
súper bien.
please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought.
Nunca había escuchado la palabra halagüeño.
As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
¿La ópera no era el acto anterior también?
Lady Farina, here are the new trial
era
reports for
Farina
the
la
latest
ópera?
cases, as well as a summary of the following.
No lo sé.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
Es lo mismo, ¿no?
I just
Es lo mismo, pero más rápido.
don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
También esta rutina durante 500 años. Ya, es que... Es que no es acto número 5, es acto número 500, ¿sabes? Igual este sí que es acto número 5 y ahora ponen acto número 500, ¿sabes? Bueno, no sería acto número 500 porque serían años. Vale, sí, eso. $182,375.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria.
Hostia, ¿en serio?
Almost 20 generations ago.
En el acto 3, en su tercer día como arconte.
It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Le ocultan la cara porque está muerta. Literalmente muerta.
My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This
Todavía no
must
llega a los
be
500.
the overflow
¿No son
of
500
hydro
años
from
eso?
my
¿Cuántos son?
person. Well, can't quite help being the god
¿Cómo no van a
whose
llegar?
dominion is the waters, can I?
¿No?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable.
Pero si eran 182.000 algo, son 500 años.
So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now.
Es que no sé cuántos eran exactamente, igual no he llegado a 500
The
exactamente.
show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Pobrecita. ¿Ya son 500 años? 376. Vale, entiendo. Quedan unos pocos aún. Unos pocos cientos de actos, pero unos pocos.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping
esto
from
soy,
everyone.
vale.
Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right.
Pero imagino que se abre bisiesto. No, bueno, no lo sé. Depende cómo aplique en Teyvat.
If things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once.
Los años son de 416 días solo.
Is it such an
412.
outrageous thing to do anyway?
A ver, en una pantalla de carga te dicen que Teyvat se rige por sus propias reglas. Podría perfectamente.
Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Madre mía.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you
Ya
build
había
on
olvidado
this
que estábamos
foundation
en
to
este
save
plano,
the
la verdad.
people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden
Sí,
within the
eso me lo
machine
había
all along.
spoileado.
Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Huh?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years
O sea que la
has been
profecía
to
es
constantly
básicamente
accumulate
que si
indemnitium
quita el trono
within
ya
the
no hay profecía.
Oratrice.
Ese es su plan.
But really,
El plan es
some
quitar
have
la
already
silla.
discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed.
Sí, es pizza con piña para ella y para su puta silla.
5 centuries could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Va a destruir el cargo en sí de Arconte.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Hostias.
But...
A ver, tiene sentido, porque no sé, es como han puesto la escopeta en la pared para no usarla, ¿sabes? No tendría mucho sentido.
Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done
Esta es la
throughout
mejor
the
historia que han
years
hecho hasta ahora.
is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
La que voy a llorar voy a ser yo al final,
I must say, Had it been within my
No,
rights,
es que literalmente.
I would have loved to judge the heavenly
El
principles
plan era romper la
themselves.
silla, tío. Es que no
Were
puedo.
they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
Es que está muy
Speaking of
bien
justice,
escrito, coño.
I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nulet, the highest judge
Buenas,
in
César.
our
Bienvenido a la
land.
Marisma. ¿Cómo estás?
When you regain your full power as an elemental
A ver, es una
sovereign,
silla que contiene el poder de un
what
dragón. Quiero decir,
verdict
gordas
shall
un
you pass
rato.
upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fussalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Ah, coño, he visto esta escena 1000 veces y no entendía qué mierda eran las burbujas, tío.
Judex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Joder, ¿en serio? ¡Qué manera de joder el momento, Zhongli! Me cago en tu puta madre.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Ay, mierda, me había olvidado de la ballena, tío.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it.
Ah, bueno, entonces.
Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Literalmente está súper Don Nubilet, o sea. Está hasta los cojones de todo. ¿Y si no quiero? ¿Qué te parece si no quiero?
Execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Creo que normalmente se para más o algo, ¿eh?
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Everyone hold in!
Strike a pose!
Hey!
Yo creí que cuando Nubilet dijo... Ah,
There is no escape!
esta mierda.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. A chance will present
No, pero que
itself.
decía... Que creí que cuando Nubilet decía que tenía poder para derrotarlo, se refería a que iba a venir con nosotros y que lo iba a tener como personaje jugable para enfrentarme al bicho, ¿sabes? No como diálogo interno.
Why is there a hole-looking thingy over there? It looks really scary! That's a room!
Order guide you.
Let my name echo in song! Now you shall perish!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Los mata.
May I present? I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom.
I will have order.
Illusion shattered! Torn to oblivion!
¿Por qué estoy pegando hacia donde no es? Ah, vale. ¿Solo tengo que romperle el escudo o cómo? Ah, ya está. ¿No tenía que matarlo o algo? Ah. Yo creí que tendría que matarlo entero. No sé. A ver, si lo mata Nubilet mejor, ¿eh? Ah. Ah, bueno. Ah, vale, sí. Mi señora esposa, ¿cierto? Olvidaba que salía aquí. Toda la razón del mundo. Y se limpia las manos como, bueno, ya estaría. ¿Va a hablar? ¿Va a hacer algo? Porque solo he visto esto.
helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Bueno, ya sabemos qué arma usa, ¿no?
Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
A ver, técnicamente nosotros somos de otro mundo, ¿no? Pero vamos a ignorar esa parte, supongo.
It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well,
Qué chulos los zapatos, tío. No puedo.
Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
¿Protero? ¿Qué significa protervo? ¿Por qué usan palabras raras?
How about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rheindotter?
Renedotir, sí, eso sí lo conozco.
That one we've heard. Rhindotter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Renedotir es lo único que conocemos
so
todos,
you do know that
literalmente.
name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rheindotter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Mi suegra.
Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Ah, bueno,
Such
entonces
roiling
va
hydro
mucho.
energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Ah, entonces mal, ¿no?
Rayo.
Bore, ¿cómo estás? Pero si se ha comido el mar primigenio, ¿no debería estar la profecía revertida? ¿No debería ser todo lo
Not
contrario?
to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Bore Charlotte. Dice. Estoy de la verga.
¿Por
In
qué?
the
¿Qué
end,
pasó?
the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Ah, o sea, nos pusieron esta cinemática para engañarnos, como mira lo que va a ocurrir. Y era todo mentira.
Only then will the sins of the
Bore
people of
Charlotte.
Fontaine
Dice.
be washed away.
Cosas.
Bueno. Espera, ¿se han inundado de verdad? Ah, espera, ¿qué ha pasado de verdad? Ah, vale. Vale, entiendo. O sea, Furina... Vale. Furina es una drama queen, se ha quedado llorando de verdad. Porque... A ver, también la entiendo a la pobre. O sea, ha tenido una carga mental que flipas durante 500 años. Está rota. Que flipas. Y al final pues ha inundado todo. Porque han subido los niveles del mar porque no he llegado a entender el porqué. Mira, al final lo que construyó Río Slay sirvió para algo. Mira tú por dónde. El arca de Noé. A partir de ahora se llama Noé porque su nombre es impronunciable. Y me niego a intentarlo. Y como la ballena de mierda esta se comió el mar y la otra tonta, no, a ver, pobrecita, no, pero engañó al este y pues hizo que la profecía no se cumpliese bien porque rompió la silla, porque la puta silla era la clave de todo. Es que era todo, está todo tan bien hecho, pero el hecho de que romper la silla salvase a todo el mundo, no puedo con eso, de verdad te lo digo. Pero como rompió la silla, pues todo el mundo está vivo. Porque todo el mundo sabe que si rompes la silla, pues la gente vive, tío. O sea... Se va a morir tu tía, rompe una silla. No sé, tío, rompe la puta silla. O sea... Sí, lo sé. Pero porque rompió la silla.
No todos viven.
¿Cómo que no? Están todos vivos. Los que se murieron antes, no. Pero los que no habían muerto aún, sí. Los que iban a morir después de que se rompió la silla, todos esos están vivos. Porque rompieron la silla. La clave era la puta silla, tío. Joder, está todo hecho mierda. Los seguratas de Navia murieron antes de que se rompiese la silla. No me escuchas lo que te digo, Gore. No estaba equivocada. Pero rompisteis la silla. No puedo, tío. Deberían pagarme por hacer el movimiento de quitar el ratón del medio de la pantalla, de verdad, no sé.
Por Charlotte. Dice, igual. Necesito darle mimos a Furina.
Literalmente, o sea, necesita mimos, 500 años de mimos, o sea, el equivalente del tiempo que ha pasado en mimos. Pero de toda su nación al mismo tiempo. Por favor. Me ofrezco voluntaria yo también para darle mimos. Pobrecita, macho.
Por Charlotte. Dice, necesito redimir mis palabras.
Sí, deberías.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his...
Claro, tío, pero el hecho de que fuese una engreída era exactamente lo que el pueblo quería de ella. Es que lo explican en la puta historia, es que todo tiene sentido. Todo tiene lore. Me cago en Dios.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh?
Oli, Lobby, ¿cómo estás? ¿Y ese milagro? El milagro fue la silla, tío. La silla. La puta silla. Aún en la puta silla. Esto es hace 5 horas. Es que llevo 2 horas mirando el mismo puto texto. Esa es la cosa. También me dijeron, en los 50 minutos acabas. No han sido 50 minutos, ¿eh? No han sido 50 minutos, han sido mucho más de 50 minutos, pero bueno.
Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Porque no acaba, o sea... Si yo cierro el juego ahora, me tengo que comer las 2 horas que llevo otra vez. ¿Sabes? Y no lo voy a hacer. Además de que está interesante, yo qué sé. Por un día que me quede 6 horas, no va a pasar nada, ¿sabes? ¿Ah?
Bore Charlotte.
El acto final.
Dice. Y te falta, creo que la misión de Arconte.
No, la misión de Arconte no la vamos a hacer. No ahora, al menos. Vale. La misión se llama el acto final. Voy a poner mi corazoncito ajolotil, ¿vale? Que es muy frágil y está lleno de confianza, ¿vale? Voy a poner mi corazoncito ajolotil en el Genshin y voy a confiar en que no dure más de 30 minutos, y estoy siendo extremadamente generosa, en que el acto final no dure más de 30 minutos, porque quiero dejar terminada la historia, confiar en que no dure más de 30 minutos y que sea de verdad el acto final. Como me traicione, me mato. En directo. Prendo cámara y me mato. No es broma, Twitch, por favor no me cierres el canal, que me he hecho llorar. Pero lo voy a hacer, ¿vale? Porque estoy muy loca y ya llevo demasiado tiempo como para dejarlo ahora. Sí, me dan la constelación, así que tiene que acabar con este, vale. Esperemos que no sea muy largo. Por favor, te lo ruego. Vamos. Madre mía. No. He dicho que era broma. ¿Qué quieres? ¿Que Twitch me cierre el canal? Estamos tontos.
¿Recuerdas el inicio de este stream? ¡Novia! Queda básicamente eso.
Vale, sí, me imagino, vaya, o sea. Porque es el mismo tipo de misión.
Bore Charlotte. Dice. A ver, prende cam.
Que no, coño. Si ayer nos hubiésemos quedado a ver el final del stream, hoy habríamos terminado ahora. Pero como fue una egoísta, pues hoy nos tenemos que quedar más. Fui egoísta con la Río del futuro, me refiero. Y la misión de Arconte, pues seguramente la haga en directo, sí, pero en el futuro, claramente.
Hello, Miss Charlotte.
Cuando tenga que
I'm a
tirar
big
por algún
fan of yours.
PJ o algo, pues ahí la
I
haremos.
especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray
Ni
cats.
por un chupa chups.
Por 500.000 bits te
But
prendo
if you don't
cámara si
mind,
quieres.
Could you not emphasize our role
Última
too
oferta.
much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That
Hola,
would be
pingüino.
fine.
¿Cómo estás?
Oh, you're back too. How are things? We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to
Bore
go over there.
Charlotte.
Saquen la plata.
Dale, deja que le roba la tarjeta a mi madre.
Dale.
Tension's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait
Si
out peace.
juntáis 500 bits entre
All
todos,
right, all
500.000 bits
She
entre
really
todos.
came here to help me out.
500.000 bits son
There's
500
too much to
was.
consider in the
No,
reconstruction of
Porque si es
Poisson.
así,
500.000 bits.
podría
The Spina has need
intentarlo.
of more decision makers.
500.000 bits.
And,
Bits de verdad. Yo os pongo la cámara en pantalla completa. En el medio del stream. Y hago un stream de 12 horas de mi cámara, así mirando fijamente a la cámara, sin parpadear. 500.000 bits. Yo lo veo una buena oferta, ¿eh? Dije 500.000.
I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
Bien, me alegro. Yo bueno. Llevo 5 horas y media aquí. Solo como
Well,
5.000
if we're
euros.
talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more
500.000.
photos of me.
Bore
Or
Charlotte.
Sí,
of
creo
the
que son
traveler.
5.000 euros.
Dice.
It's better than wasting time
500
persuading
por ser un
Chlorant at
puto
any
bot.
rate.
Of course I will.
Sí.
I'm not gonna let him off that easy.
Lo sé, tío. Si quieres que haga algo
Alright,
más, yo
then
te digo.
everyone who wants to be in the photo,
Tipo, tú me
gather up
dices, vaya, al
and
revés.
smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Bore Charlotte. Dice. Necesito hacer una
All
llamada
right,
a Obama.
that should do it.
Bore
I'll be back
Charlotte.
here later anyway,
Dale,
so
dale, dale.
let's call it a day.
Él tiene el dinero.
Dale, dale, yo te espero. Aquí hasta que termine la
You're very
misión,
quick.
yo te espero
Speed
sin
is of the
problema, ¿eh?
essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections.
Muy buenas, pingüino, bienvenido a la marisma, ¿cómo estás? Bueno, ya me contaste cómo estás, ¿no? Pero es la costumbre, no me lo tengas en cuenta. Llevo 5 horas y media aquí, ya te dije.
I'm impressed.
Lo siento.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too.
Bore
I asked
Charlotte.
Sijuin who told Monsieur
Dice.
Nervillet, and he told you,
Déjala,
right?
tiene problemitas.
Aparte.
That's a
Quiero decir, esa es la base, ¿no? De ahí
complete
partimos.
information chain.
In truth,
Pero
all
aparte llevo
Monsieur
escuchando
Neuvillette asked me
el
was,
juego durante
"When did the
5 horas y
Fortress become
media.
so friendly towards
De
the
puro
media?"
lore.
I told him that it was best not to speak
Lore
too soon.
importante.
There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Me faltan 2200 punticos para poder lanzar 200 guas un VIP. Hombre, a ver, yo creo que el VIP te renta más, ¿no? Creo yo. ¿Cuántos tienes? Pues 97.800, ¿no? Espérate. Porque estoy volando yo para aquí con toda la convicción de que voy a llegar. E igual no voy a llegar, ¿sabes? Es como, yo creo que si vuelo hacia esa pared, recorro 2000 metros. Tengo el cerebro quemado, gente, o sea, no me lo podéis tener en cuenta. ¿Ves? Mira qué matemáticas, por favor. Igual no tengo tan
Bore
quemado el
Charlotte.
cerebro.
Dice. Yo estuve como 8 meses para el VIP.
No sé cuánto lleva Chever, la verdad.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Bore Charlotte.
Did you come all the way to the
Dice.
entrance to greet us?
Literalmente no gaste ni un punto en canjes,
Of
solo en
course.
apuestas.
I'm here to welcome you and
También es
our
cierto
dear
que Chever
Miss
se ha
Charlotte,
gastado puntos
whom
en
our
otras
good
cosas.
head nurse
Así que
recommended
igual
to
la
us.
llevamos tiempo.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my
Chever.
visit to the fortress, sir.
Dice.
No need to thank me.
Cerca de año y
But
medio.
that said, I shouldn't be the focus
¿Ves?
of your
Bore
interview.
Charlotte.
I
Me
trust you
cuadra.
recall our
Dice.
agreement?
Y gane una apuesta de 40k.
Joder.
Of course.
Literalmente medio VIP.
All right then, this way.
Literal. Porque estamos tomando fotos de gente aleatoria. Tipo que no son aleatorios, son
Hey,
gente
no
que nos ha
need to be
ayudado
so
igualmente, ¿no?
nervous.
Pero
I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte.
Pero son aleatorios en el
Do
momento en
these
que nos
pictures
está
really
tomando
need to be
demasiado tiempo
published
esta
on the
misión.
cover of the Steambird?
It would
Pero
seem
Río,
that Miss
no llevas ni
Lorvine
10
doesn't want
minutos,
her
me está
face
tomando
to
demasiado
appear
tiempo con
beside
eso.
that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the
Dice.
Steambird for...
¿Te acuerdas cuando en Fall Guys
Now,
me
I
hice
might
de
not
oro
look
con
it,
las
but I
apuestas que
actually did
terminó
meet
guajo
Mr.
debiendo
Edwin once.
puntos y
And I'll
tuvo
be
que usar
honest,
su otra
I enjoyed
cuenta?
chatting with you more.
No,
You've
eso no
definitely
pasó.
got more of that genius vibe going
No
on.
puedes deber puntos en
The
una
boat
apuesta.
that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you
¿Cómo
recreated
vas
a
a
myth
deber
back
puntos
there,
si apuestas
like
lo
an
que
emissary
tienes?
of legend. Still, if I might
Bore
ask,
Charlotte.
where's that flying ship
Dice.
now?
40% de mi VIP es de guajo.
Sí, eso sí, pero no puede deber puntos, eso no
I
funciona
have
así,
to apologize,
literalmente.
but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse
Bore
instead.
Charlotte.
Or perhaps
Dice.
you'd like to take another
Tipo
photo
que
of
le
this
saque
couple
más
of
puntos que lo
researchers?
deje pobre.
Did you
eso
really have
sí.
to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Igualmente
Is my
en
hair messed
la,
up?
en la cuenta
Please,
principal
someone
tiene
help
una
me
de
have a
puntos.
look.
No sé cuánto me dijo el otro día que tenía, pero era una puta burrada.
Bore Charlotte. Dice.
Creo que tiene casi
No tenía
500.000.
puntos ya en esa cuenta y uso la otra.
Que no usa la otra, coño.
Oh, Seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up
O
with?
sea, literalmente me enseñó las estadísticas
sí,
de la otra cuenta. Te digo yo que no usa los
Hey,
puntos.
Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse?
Oh, sure.
Mi
Come
niña
on, Miss
pronto para
Sígueme.
estudiar
Over this way.
Hijo de puta. ¿Y qué haces aquí? Pero podías verlo resubido, o sea, te acostabas, yo qué sé, a las 12 si querías, por ejemplo. Y te levantabas temprano, estudiabas y luego si querías en un descanso para comer lo que fuese, te ponías el directo, mirabas la reacción
Same old, as you can see.
y luego seguías estudiando y luego en tu siguiente descanso terminabas de ver la reacción. Y ya está, pero no te quedabas tanta... Coño, ahora me siento culpable.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through.
Pero
We
chévere,
should
que es
direct more public
importante.
opinions toward the
Encima, es que...
behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right,
Pero tú
Mr.
tienes
Jiria?
clase por la
Miss
mañana
Levine?
y luego vas a estar
You're too kind,
cansado.
sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
Pero chévere.
Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that harbinger, I'm not sure you
Eso te lo
remember,
compro
but his
porque
3
me
young
pasa
followers
igual,
are still
¿no?
waiting
Pero...
for his return.
Por cierto,
Pero es que es
I'll tell
importante
them
que
that there's good news
estudie.
and bad news. The good being that their
¿Se
boss
le
seems
qué?
fine.
¿Se le puede
The
servir?
bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his
No sé qué es
escape.
Riotsle, imagino que es una comida, pero no pillo el chiste, sorry.
What about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be
Espera,
transformed,
¿Furina se
we'll
va?
leave those to the folks in
No me he
the
enterado de eso.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe.
No, pero tenéis que... Coño, que estamos en exámenes, hijos de puta. Tenéis que estudiar. Porque mierda estáis aquí. Yo he terminado mis exámenes, o sea, soy la tonta que se ha quedado porque yo ni siquiera me habría quedado, o sea, literalmente me han atrapado en un juicio y a partir de ahí no he podido salir. Podría haberme saltado esta parte de la misión, es lo único que podría haberme quitado. La charlita esta que estoy haciendo ahora. Pero ya me daba cosa dejar lo último. Aprovecho que este sábado domingo, ya que si esto fuese domingo a lunes ya me habría ido a la hora. Ya, eso sí, pero también ten en cuenta que yo de domingo a lunes no hago stream. O sea, mañana, si Brotes no hace stream, que no creo que haya, ¿vale? Porque últimamente lo está haciendo. Así que os voy avisando, también aprovecho. Si Brotes al final no hace stream, no va a haber colabo y yo no voy a hacer stream. Porque no puedo aprovechar para avanzar cómics por el tema de todo lo que está viendo con la comu de arte. Y yo los domingos no hago stream de acuerdo a mi horario. Así que lo voy a dejar estar y me dedicaré a dibujar por mi cuenta, como hago siempre. Porque aunque yo no me levanto pronto los lunes, pues hay gente en mi casa que sí lo hace. Y tampoco es plan de molestar, ¿sabes? Porque cuando estoy dibujando, pues estamos más de chill y tal. Y pues está bien. O las colabos, por ejemplo, acaban más temprano. Así que tampoco están mal. Pero, por ejemplo, si me quedo hasta las 3:30, como son hoy, por ejemplo, pues estaría molestando un montón, ¿sabes? Y no es plan. Así que eso. Os voy avisando de que lo más probable es que mañana no haya stream. También os digo, hoy he compensado más que de sobra, creo yo.
Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Porque es divertido. Pero es que si tenéis responsabilidades, pues primero deberíais hacerlas.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
También podríais tener mi stream un poco de fondo y estar estudiando. Echarle un vistazo de vez en cuando o algo si queréis, no sé.
To be honest,
Pero primero estudiar, gente.
Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She
Pero
got
qué
rid of
lindo,
everyone the
chévere,
moment she
muchas
realized I
gracias.
had something to say to you.
Espero que vosotros también tengáis un muy bonito día y una muy
how
bonita
have things
semana
been,
como sois
traveler?
vosotros, que sois todos preciosos y os quiero un montón. Pero bueno,
Father
tampoco me
says
quiero
that you did
despedir
a
ahora,
great
que aún
deal
queda,
during the
espero
latest
que no
events.
mucho, pero
She's
queda un
very
rato.
grateful for
Eso
your
es cierto.
contributions to Fontaine.
Espero que no mucho, queda como horrible, porque es como, me quiero ir ya, porque os odio muchísimo y no os soporto más, me quiero ir. Pero no es cierto, ¿vale?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well,
Si estuviese el guajo aquí, seguro que habría clipeado eso
Father
y
and
lo habría
Monsieur
retorcido el
Neuvillette opened
pescuezo.
negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Espera, ¿cómo?
Yes, I was
Sí,
quite
para variar,
surprised at first
porque
myself.
siempre el obsequio
But when I
diplomático
thought
es
it
dar la
over,
gnosis.
there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in
También la
tying the
gnosis la tenía
all-devouring Narwhal
la...
down. Furthermore, Father
la-
did also lend significant aid to
Las
Fontaine
fósalos
and
del,
Poisson.
del espejo, ¿sabes? O sea, ¿cómo coño han conseguido la gnosis?
The gnosis we're talking about.
Pues es bien, ya porque no me queda prácticamente nada, como máximo 10 minutos de texto. Ah,
I
bueno.
would agree, but I've also heard
Ah, porque no
that
queda nada, vale, no, creí
it
que no te
seems
quedaba
that
nada a ti,
Monsieur
digo.
Neuvillette has had
Coño,
a
si te vas a ir,
significant
sí que
change
te
of heart
despido.
regarding the
Vale,
matter.
vale, perdón.
So there's some reason
Que sabes
for
que no
this
sé
that
leer.
only Neuvillette
Perdona.
knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that
10
yourself.
minutos de texto igualmente es bastante.
Yes, speaking
Quiero
of
decir,
which,
está ahí al
I
límite
did
con
see
lo
him strolling around the
con lo
entrance
que había
to the
amenazado
fortress
yo
of
al Genshin.
Meropide a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff?
Que mi amenaza era de ponerme a llorar, ¿no? Pero igualmente era una amenaza, ¿vale?
Back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that
Child lo
he's
hicieron
returned to
una...
Snezhnaya
Ah, no, no
to
le hicieron una
recover
pelota,
from his
simplemente lo
wounds.
lanzaron a tomar
I
por
hear that
culo.
the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Está en Snezhnaya, pero se lo llevó Skirk.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
¿Arlequino o...? Bien, Arlequino.
Father.
Espero que sea
Well,
jugable
well, what do you
pronto.
know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler.
Arlequino ha sido genial, o sea,
Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
literalmente la
I
mejor
would have done
Fatui.
them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Eso es verdad, es muy posible que fuese así. Tendría sentido.
A vision? All right.
Porque también
I'll
es
remember to
cierto,
return it.
la gnosis es
Thank you for
el...
keeping it safe for him
Es
this
la
entire
representación del poder de los arcontes. Al desaparecer el arconte, ¿no debería desaparecer la gnosis también? ¿O cómo funciona eso? Se me
Greetings,
hace
Miss
raro, ¿no?
Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here,
También no hemos
traveler,
terminado la historia,
Paimon,
estamos en
you
la
take one too.
4.2. ¿Cuánto tardó la historia en terminar en las otras versiones? ¿No tardó mucho
That's
más?
right.
¿O es cosa mía? Igual
Funny.
es cosa mía.
I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Yo que será la
Guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing?
Pero digo la historia principal.
That he doesn't have time
La historia
to chat
principal ya
anyway.
acabó. Esa novela. Ahora voy, espera, que estoy viendo algo aquí. Mío. Mierda, no acabé. Vale. Nubilero. ¿Dónde estás? ¿Acabamos ya con esto o queda más? Yo estoy esperando a que aparezca la ronda de preguntas. La principal. Es que es eso, se me hace muy pronto que ha acabado. No sé, igual es cosa mía, ¿eh? Tendría que revisar cuando acabaron otras versiones. Muy buenas, Jefferson, bienvenido a la marisma, ¿cómo estás? Uy, está por aquí. Ah, vale, está aquí. Lo que no he entendido es por qué Furina se ha marchado. O sea, no sé si es que estaba hablando durante la parte en que lo han explicado, o si nos lo va a contar ahora Neuvillette, o qué ha pasado ahí. Imagino que Neuvillette estando aquí es quien nos va a explicar qué ha pasado, ¿no? Tipo, me refiero a las preguntas estas de final de versión. No tiene nada que ver con lo que he dicho, es que tengo el cerebro que no.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Hola Isaya, ¿cómo estás?
Paimon glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all.
Porque estoy viendo tu stream.
All
Un
right,
stream de
let's
terror
have
y
it then.
estaba...
How was Fontaine
Ahora aquí
actually
me quitan.
The whole business is still
Yo
quite
en
the
nada
mystery to us.
me iré, quiero pensar. O sea...
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
No sé. Pero bueno, espero que no estés pasando tampoco mucho miedo en el otro stream.
Wow.
A ver,
So that's what happened?
a ver, sí, pero pues no sé. Cuando tú veas, vaya.
Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of
Vale,
the
sí, ahora van a
Hydro
explicar
Archon
esto.
and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
Sí,
For
por
me,
favor, explica.
the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life
No
was
sé muy bien
first
cómo
brought into
funciona eso,
being
no
on
tiene
this
ningún
planet.
sentido. Pero,
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Bueno, tiene sentido, quiero decir, no tiene ningún sentido.
Vas a llegar a las 6 horas.
Ya, no me lo digas. La puta que me parió. No quiero llegar a las 6 horas. Si llego a las 6 horas voy a denunciar a Genshin.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
Pero eso no explica por qué Furina se ha marchado, ¿sabes? Tipo, no sé, se podría haber
It
quedado
seems
con
from your
Novelet.
expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Sí. ¿Son las preguntas? ¿Son las preguntas?
I will tell you the truth as I know.
¡Ah!
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the
También te digo
assumption that
que,
he would be
que
able
haya
to
estado en
hold the
directo
creature
tanto
off.
tiempo es todo tu
I
culpa.
cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question.
¿Cómo que otra pregunta? Cállate.
Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans. Were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
A ver, sí, claro, eran
Life has
oceánidas, pero si no
always
tendría
flowed like
sentido.
water.
Te lo han dicho, era
Do you
como la
recall how
20ª
Fontainians
generación.
would often come to the fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
¿Cómo?
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use.
No, no he entendido
Probably
eso.
live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Vale.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor
Lícate,
comforted.
clown.
She simply said
Dice.
that she was tired
Lo tienes en
and needed
inglés.
to rest.
Sí, pero
Having
lo has
said
estado
that, she then
escuchando
packed her
antes.
things and moved out of the Opera House.
Dice.
Not unlike how an
En
ordinary
Japons es
person
más
might.
lindo.
Pero en inglés lo entiendo y no tengo que leer.
Still got a place to stay, right?
Y Oli, papi, ¿cómo estás?
You need
No
not
me
worry.
digas que ya terminó
I
tu
will make
stream.
arrangements to ensure that she will not want
No me
for food,
fastidies.
clothing, board, or travel. In
Oli,
truth, I
Santi,
am
¿cómo
somewhat
estás?
happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her
Lícate, clown.
burdens and lead a normal
Dice.
life.
No estoy retándote
Ah,
porque
vale,
me
entonces
dijeron
todo
eso.
Gucci. Ahora te raideo. Ya te voy spoileando, era mi idea desde
After
el principio.
Focalor passed on, the
Pero
Oratrice
sí,
also
lo viste
ceased to
antes,
function.
quiero decir, no sé.
This matter
Estabas
will
aquí antes y
directly
lo
affect our
escuchaste, ¿no?
trials. After much careful consideration, I've
XD.
decided to take over its role in our courts.
Pero
From
sí,
now on,
sabes que soy
I shall
vaga
hear
y que
cases
me
and
da
pass verdicts
pereza
by myself.
leerlo.
Por
Still
Charlotte.
considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex,
Yo
huh?
también lo tengo en
As an
inglés.
elemental
imagínate
dragon,
leer.
there are
Lícate,
indeed
clown.
many things that I must do.
Dice.
But this
Si
power
pispero
and this
castex
duty,
wirwick
in a
escalor.
manner
Y
of
sí.
speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
Vale, ¿y eso qué?
True.
Si el Indemnitium solo se iba a usar para destruir la silla.
Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy
Ah, es verdad que
from?
se usaba también para la ciudad.
As
Coño,
I am
no
now,
me
I
acordaba
have
de
full
eso.
command over New
Por
Lucia,
Charlotte.
and it can serve as a
Dice.
complete substitute.
Cax.
Another reason why I cannot quite
Nah,
leave
yo lo veo
Fontaine
sin penado
immediately.
personajes del LOL que a una persona de carne y hueso.
Dragon's authority
No, no le
stuff is
sabes,
really
Bore,
quite
no le
useful,
sabes.
huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Vale. ¿Qué pasó con la Gnosis? Se la ha llevado Arlequino, eso ya lo sabemos.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis.
Han hecho un montón, literalmente encarreado que flipas.
At least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And I do not need the Gnosis's power.
No sé para qué quieren la
As such, it has
Gnosis,
lost all
literalmente.
meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Literalmente lo más inteligente que podía hacer.
Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to
También.
Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the
Ah,
truth
no ha
as I know.
respondido a eso, qué hijo de puta. Vale, la
You will
siguiente
soon be
parada
heading to
Natlan.
Natlan, I presume.
Ujú. Vale.
I'm afraid that I have little
Pero vamos a
talent
tardar
as a
un buen
travel
rato en
guide,
ir a Natlan.
so all I can
imagino.
do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Me gusta eso.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that
Ah,
I would
eso ya
not
no me
find
gusta.
myself welcome
Pero bueno,
there.
los dragones siguen estando guay.
Unlike ancient dragons such as
Por
myself, the dragons of
Dice.
Natlan have undergone
Hace
long
chino
years of
literalmente
development.
Molaría
un
que hubiese
viaje
gente
al
dragón y un
futuro
montón de
en
personajes
Numbers of
jugables
them
que
have
fuesen
entered
dragones.
into
Estaría
coexistence
súper
with
guay.
humanity.
Literalmente
Natlan is
sería-
also the nation of war.
Sí,
War
literalmente.
ravages
La
those
única.
lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring
Vale,
of
sí, ya lo
war.
sabíamos que el capitán iba a estar allí.
Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a
Kokomi,
Fatui
Kokomi
Harbinger
también
doing their
es un...
I
Técnicamente
suggest
es
that you
una de
fully
las
prepare
dragonas estas
yourself before
de...
going to Natlan.
de Encanomilla,
In the
pero no han
meantime,
dicho nada sobre
Fontaine's
ello. Es
doors
como
will
súper
always be
raro.
open to you.
Se han olvidado completamente de su lore, no sé.
Bore Charlotte.
Ask away. I will
Dice.
tell you the
No sé
truth
si
as I
preguntarle
know.
otra vez por el
Congli,
tema
Neubile.
de Nobile. Porque no me
I
enteré
have
de esto.
investigated his case along many
Era pequeño,
avenues,
cayó en
and I
una
have
isla
learned that he
desconocida en
once
el que
fell
debido a
into
los
an
azares del
unknown
destino
chasm
despertó
when
en
he was young.
¿Vale?
But whether it be by
Técnicamente
sentiment
eso
or
sería
reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of it. As for the judgment passed by the whether it was due to that liability by association, or Fosalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature
Ah,
off.
vale, porque lo manipuló la arconte, vale.
Guess Fosalor had Fontainians in
Estuve
mind the
pensando
whole
que la
time.
gente de esta
In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real. Hang on
Me
a
se me
sec.
ocurre una
That's when
pregunta. Antes
Fontainians
de que la
hadn't
gente
yet
se
become real
los
humans.
hijos que
Were the
tienen... Vale,
Life
sí.
has always
Y eso no he
flowed like
entendido. La vida
water.
siempre sigue su curso.
Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the fountain of
Lucine
Lucine
futuros
to...
hijos, sí. ¿Y eso qué significa?
all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
No entiendo eso, pero vale.
Ask away.
Sí, sí,
I
sí.
will tell you the truth
No
as I know
entiendo,
it.
no sé qué significa, pero vale.
Paimon still got a question about
¡Ay, coño de la madre!
When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards
Zhongli
giving
no es un
away the
dragón, por
Gnosis had
cierto, ¿eh?
clearly changed.
Zhongli tuvo una de sus formas, fue un dragón, pero es un arconte, no es un dragón.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Bore Charlotte. Dice. Se presentó como dragón, se queda como dragón.
No es un dragón. Si quieres pensar que es un dragón, piénsalo, pero no lo es.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet? Whoa!
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons.
Bore
With something
Charlotte.
very similar to a god's
Dice.
curse mixed in.
Tenemos a Kirara.
It's quite a novel
No es un dragón,
blend.
pero tiene
I'm
patas de
sure I've
gato.
encountered something like this before.
¿Cómo? ¿Kirara?
What was it again?
Kirara es un necomata,
I
no es
do
un
not
dragón
know
de
what
ninguna
you speak
forma.
of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your
Charlotte.
parlance, I believe it may be called a
Pero si dije que
gnosis.
no es un dragón.
Well, that much is true.
No sé qué tiene que ver
After
con nada.
Fosalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my
¿Cómo lo ha
master, the
descrito? No me he
Fowl,
enterado.
ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in
Solo
our
que tiene
attempts to
patas de
communicate
gato
with
y una cola
humans.
bifurcada.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of
¿Y qué?
objects
No
of
entiendo.
misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
No entiendo.
And my reason for no
Charlotte.
longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Es verdad, el tercer descendido.
Master
No
never
nos han hablado
mentioned
sobre
them
eso.
to me.
Nada.
Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know.
¿Por qué nadie nunca nos habla sobre
If
eso?
you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Sí, por favor.
I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Sí, por favor.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
Sí, por favor.
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own,
Se había
don't
olvidado
I?
de Chael completamente.
He can be the messenger then.
Vamos por fin a saber sobre el tercer descendido. Bueno, ahora no, pero tal vez en los
That's what
próximos
she
2 o
told me.
3 años.
Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it
Eso es
here.
verdad. Pero entonces... ¿Pero qué cojones era el tercer descendido? ¿Es el cual? Sí, me definiste información significa dos cosas. ¿Qué dos cosas quiero saber? Que los gnosis están relacionados con los descendidos. Segundo, que el descendido que hubo antes que yo ya está muerto. Eso sí.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
¿Y si todos los elementos, el poder elemental del mundo proviene de los descendidos en sí?
That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's
No
not
tendría
think
mucho
about
sentido
this
porque
stuff right
había
now.
poderes elementales en el mundo antes de los descendidos. Quiero decir, los dragones elementales funcionaban así.
The dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Fosalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
Al final sí hubo guillotina en Fontaine, o sea, la gente lo decía de forma irónica ahora que han mostrado eso. Pero fuera coña sí lo hubo.
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Muy buenas, Lucino. Bienvenido a la marisma. ¿Cómo estás? ¡Aleluya! ¿En serio? La madre que me parió. Yo pues llevo 10 segundos antes de 6 horas llevar aquí. La madre que me parió. Yo no esperaba quedarme tantísimo tiempo ni de coñísima hoy. Pero ni de coña. Lo bueno es que hemos terminado la misión de Arconte, ¿no? Eso es bueno. Ay, podemos hacer las diarias. Me morí. Palme. ¿Qué es esto? ¿Los diarios? Sí. Ah, no tengo que... ¡Ah! No tengo que hacer las diarias. Menos mal que hice las diarias, por cierto, antes. Tipo ayer, me refiero. Porque si no, se los hubiese dejado para hoy. Vale, pues... Vamos a ponernos aquí con Nubilet. Ya que acabamos de terminar la misión. Qué mejor momento para dejarlo con Nubilet que cuando... 6 horas, sí, 6 horas. O sea, es que no entiendes. Yo iba a dejarlo, son las 4 de la mañana ahora, porque no sé dónde eres, pero yo soy de España, ¿vale? Son las 4 de la mañana. Yo termino directo a la 1:30, ¿vale? A mí me pillaron en el juicio de Furina. Pues... Eso, empezando el juicio sobre la 1:20. Y pues yo no pude parar hasta las 3:30 que terminó la parte esa. Y ya me quedaba pues la última parte de la misión y ya dije, pues ya coño, ya lo termino, ¿no? Así que pues eso, son las 4 de la mañana, acabo de terminar la misión de Arconte. Sí. Estoy sí. Quiero morir. Así que si me disculpáis, yo lo siento mucho, pero creo que por hoy he terminado. Vamos a hacerle una raid a mi papi Leka, ¿vale? Vais a felicitarle, que creo que ahora mismo no es aún su cumple, pero lo está celebrando hoy, ¿vale? Así que eso, le felicitáis el cumple. Y eso, espero que os haya gustado el stream. Más os vale que os haya gustado, porque si no me voy a matar. Que os lo hayáis pasado bien. Y pues lo que dije antes, no creo que mañana haya stream, es muy poco probable. Así que nos veríamos ya el viernes que viene, a la hora de siempre, a las 11. Y eso, gente, muchos besis. Y no sé ni qué decir, lo siento, es que tengo el cerebro dormido. Pero eso, nos vemos, gente, dadle mimitos a mi papi. Y gran parte de la semana que viene. Muchas gracias, vosotros también tenéis una buena semana, ¿vale? Chaito, gente, chao, chao.